Liberal Leadership 2025. Live from Ottawa, here is Vassy Kapelos.
Hi there, and welcome to special coverage today on CTV of the Liberal leadership race. I am Vassy Kapelos, coming to you from our nation's capital. In just a few hours, not only will this party have a new leader, but this country will have a new prime minister for at least a little while, and we have coverage all night of that process unfolding. Here are your four candidates for the leadership of this party and this country. Frank Baylis, a former MP there to your left. Mark Carney, former Bank of Canada governor, next to him. Former finance minister Chrystia Freeland and former government House leader Karina Gould rounds us out. We'll be live on the floor and here for the winner and the winner's speech tonight. Right now, though, we have some of this country's top political minds to set the stage for what we can anticipate and really the significance of what is set to unfold. I'm going to start at the end of the table. We've got Corey tonight. He was Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign manager, as well as former Director of Communications to Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Scott Reid is a CTV News political analyst and former Communications Director to Prime Minister Paul Martin. And Kathleen Monk is a former NDP strategist and as well a Communications Director to the late Jack Layton. Hello, everybody.
Hey there.
Hello.
Fancy seeing you here.
Exactly.
Kathleen, I'll start with you. I think that the elephant in the room, certainly the thing that has defined this race and really politics at this moment is Donald Trump and the threats made to Canada. How do you think it has impacted what is going to unfold tonight?
Well, it's interesting because really you could say that Canadians are not just, and Liberals are not just looking for a new Liberal leader. They're actually looking for a prime minister who can fight an election that may be almost a wartime election. It's certainly an economic war now, but there are threats to the sovereignty of our country that it could actually escalate. And I actually think Scott said it best just earlier this morning on Question Period when he said Liberals are looking for a ready-built leader, and they're seeing that in Mark Carney. I think the most surprising thing, though, about this race is just how it hasn't been competitive. We thought going into this race with Freeland triggering, in fact, Justin Trudeau's resignation, that she would have more of a fight in her. We thought we would get to see the former finance minister versus the bank governor, but it really was a clear one-person lead from the very, very beginning. And even though there's some exciting stuff to talk about, and I'm sure we'll talk about over the course of the show, like Karina Gould and the movement she's built behind her, it really is just Carney's race, and we really haven't seen that fight from Freeland that I think many of us expected.
Kathleen reminds me, Scott, of the fact that this race started as a bloodbath. Like, it is fascinating to think of where this country politically was 2-3 months ago, with the prime minister at all-time lows when it comes to his popularity. Chrystia Freeland with the knife in his back. 2 weeks later, making that announcement outside of Rideau Cottage. Would you have thought then that this is where things would be tonight?
No. And look, we thought, oh my God, how could they even hold a leadership in this tiny envelope of time? Yet it feels like a lifetime ago that all of that was what defined our politics. Now, Carney looks like he is not only going to carry the leadership tonight and then become prime minister, but that suddenly he's made the Liberals competitive again, which who would have believed that 2 months ago? On top of that, as you say, Donald Trump drives and defines almost every aspect of our political life now. He drove the Ontario election campaign, Corey helping Doug Ford get reelected in Ontario, and he's driving this leadership in terms of choice. Why have we not seen a more competitive race? I think it is because people looked at the resume of Mark Carney. They saw this is a person who comes in with not just experience at the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, but someone who helped manage the crisis, the financial crisis, international financial crisis of 2009, and then again with Brexit. And they go, well, this is a guy who actually seems like he might be purpose-built for this moment. Well, let's hire him. And then I think a lot of Canadians are saying, maybe this is the guy we want to hire for prime minister. We're going to know soon, because right after this, I think he's going to kick us into an election.
Corey, you've been inside at the top levels of a lot of campaigns, including the one you just ran.
Right.
What do you make of what's happened to the Liberals over the last few months? That resurrection of sorts.
I think it's them floating back up to what I think historic levels of support have been. The Liberal Party is the most successful political party probably in the Western world, if you're looking at how many years it's spent in government over like the last 100 years. So as a conservative, it's always a bit of a struggle. Like, you're trying to push them down, and you can maybe push them down to 25 or where did Trudeau put them at, like 21, 22?
Yeah.
but they're like an 80s slasher film. Like there's always another sequel. You can light them on fire, you can hit them with the machete, run them over with a truck, but they pop back up at 30-35%. And so I don't think the Conservatives were ever going to be able to maintain numbers in the high 40s, which they had for a little while. We had something similar happening in Ontario, but it's very unusual to have a party sitting at that level, especially a Conservative party in the country. And so what I think you're seeing by removing Trudeau from the equation is the Liberal Party and the Liberal brand kind of floating up to where I think its natural floor is, not 10 points below that natural floor. And I think you're going to have more of a race because the choice was between Trudeau and Poilievre, but it wasn't really a choice. It's like not Trudeau. Now you're going to have, I think, more of a comparison to these two individuals. One is, I think, a very skilled politician. In Pierre Poilievre, he's got a lot of game as a political athlete. And the other has got, as Scott pointed out, a pretty killer resume for the time that we're in. But I think is a less tested politician in terms of his ability to campaign. So I think it's going to be a very dynamic race to see how this plays out. But for us commentators, it's more fun because it was going to be boring in a good way for me if Trudeau had stayed. But now I think it's a more competitive environment.
Yeah, definitely more competitive. All right, we're going to be getting all three of your insights throughout the rest of the evening. Right now, though, I'm going to get some more insights from the one and only Mike Couteur, our senior political correspondent, who will be live for us on the floor all night. Mike, over to you. You have one of the leadership contestants with you.
Yeah, we've got Frank Baylis, of course, former MP for the Liberals and Montreal businessman as well. Mr. Baylis, thanks so much for joining us. I guess the first question for you is, how has today been in trying to get the vote out, and over the last week? How has your machine been working?
We've been working overtime, obviously. There's a tremendous amount of support, and we have it right across the country. People have had a few challenges voting, so we've been there to help them out and walk them through the system and all that.
How do you feel about your chances?
I think I feel happy and realistic and good. I mean, I don't know. I'm a huge believer in democracy, so I always encourage everybody, run. If you have something to say it and run.
When you say realistic, what does that mean?
I think that I started here as the least known of the four candidates, so that's a bigger hill for me to climb. But over the course of the race, I've been slowly building it up and building it up. My challenge has really been time, because as people get to know me, they really get on board. So I've just been working hard in that direction.
When you consider where the party is going and where you're going to be in that party going forward, I know you have sort of said you haven't really committed to running again, but committed to talking to the next leader and having a role to play. What role do you want to play if it's not leader going forward?
Well, look, I do hope to be a leader, but if not, I've been a Liberal, like I've said, for 48 years, and I've always contributed. You have in this room here 2,000 people. They're not all MPs, and they all contribute. So I'll always be contributing, and I'll sit down with whoever's leader. I think all of them are excellent. And I'd just say, if they want a role for me, and what role.
All right, so we will check in with Frank Baylis and Mike as soon as that connection is reestablished. Frank Baylis, one of four people who are running, the decision announced tonight to be Liberal leader and, of course, the next Prime Minister of this country. We've got coverage for you all evening. I'll take a quick commercial break. Our special coverage right here on CTV continues after that break. Back in a moment.
Plan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend lives. See what nutrition can do. Purina Pro Plan, always advancing.
$5,000 years of Chinese music and dance in one night. See it at least once in your lifetime. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at Genuine.com.
Cough and cold symptoms? Buckley's knows you'll try anything for relief. It's not that we don't believe in the near mythical powers of chicken noodle soup. We just believe in Buckley's more. Buckley's. It tastes awful and it works.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
You are a traveler, and you're already dreaming of your next getaway. While your travel plans probably don't include hepatitis A or hepatitis B, you know that many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these two serious liver diseases, which is why you plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, right? Of course, right. Because you are a traveler. Twinrix.
Sullivan's Crossing, new season, coming this April to CTV and Crave.
Hi there, and welcome back to downtown Ottawa. I'm Vassy Kapelos, coming to you live from the Liberal leadership race. In just about a few hours, or just over a few hours, we anticipate the new leader of this party will be announced. He or she will also become the next prime minister of this country for some period of time until an election is called. I am here with Kathleen Monk, Scott Reid, and Chrétien, looking ahead to what we can anticipate. Corey, I'll start with you. We in the last round focused on sort of the dominant theme of Donald Trump and how to counter him. Mark Carney's kind of dominance in this race. What about the race to second place? A couple of, in particular, between Karina Gould and Chrystia Freeland.
Well, the reason we're even having this race is because of Freeland and her decision to pull herself out of cabinet. So I think she's played a pretty big role in having a race at all occur. But I'm not sure whether she's going to finish second. And when this started, I think it would be unthinkable to not think that was going to be the competitive race. So I think Karina Gould has done very well for herself. I think she's sort of carved out a niche as the progressive voice inside the Liberal Party. And sometimes having a positioning like that, I think can do well for you in these kinds of races. That said, it is such an impossible thing to poll and to have a sense of what's going to happen in these point-based systems with only certain people in the country being able to vote. Liberal, are you even allowed to call them members now?
No, they're just pylons. They're not participants.
But so I'll be very interested to see what happens. But look, even if her campaign didn't really light fire, I think Freeland has left a real mark in terms of having contributed so much into having a race happen at all. So
yeah, certainly that is the biggest kind of news moment of the campaign for Freeland was the fact, Scott, that she started it. Just quickly to add to what Corey's saying, 100 as of just a few moments ago, 151,899 ballots cast. That's the final tally. There is a point-based system where each riding gets the same points, but it's a ranked ballot.
Yes.
So we could try and analyze forever what's going to happen with respect to that.
I've got a big brain theory.
No, I don't want to know it, but I do want to know what you think of, in particular, what Corey mentioned around Karina Gould and that I guess the relative quietness of Freeland's campaign.
Yeah, look. There's been an avalanche of astonishing things that have occurred politically over the course of the last 2-3 months. And we forget how astonishing it was that on the day that she was set to deliver the fiscal update, Chrystia Freeland steps down, then begins to call for Trudeau's departure. That set in motion everything that has led to today. And without that action, we probably would not have seen Trudeau voluntarily leave office. And who knows how this past couple of months might have unfolded. I don't think she's being rewarded in this race for that. I think fundamentally, there's going to be a certain cell of Liberals who are going to say, well, I have, as a partisan party member, I have a I have a grievance with that. And then, even though the many who said, well, I did want Trudeau to live and I did want the party to have an opportunity to resurrect and renew itself, I'm still not going to necessarily reward her because I doubt her ability to win a general election. And so whether it was change or whether it was traditional Liberals who didn't like the action, it's kind of left her in the middle, and Karina Gould has run an energetic campaign. Last thing I would say, and I am going to go to that silly point system, because it's a preferential ballot, I think this. If Carney's garnering, say, 60% and 65% wins on the first ballot, who are his people putting second? I think a lot of Liberals who are going to vote for Carney first might say, you know what? I really admired Karina Gould's campaign. I thought it showed energy. I'm just going to give her the second place ribbon, and they tick that box. And I think that Freeland might really suffer by that logic.
I think also, I mean, ultimately caucus and cabinet support doesn't determine what the membership at large does. But it is difficult as someone, you know, to not read something into the fact that Chrystia Freeland sat in one of the top jobs in cabinet for the last decade in a couple of different roles and, you know, was a prominent figure in caucus and had so much less support in both than Mark Carney.
Yeah, she doesn't have her colleagues who sat around the cabinet table with her giving her support. And I think it's, you know, Scott raised the question, you know, they're not rewarding her for triggering this race. No, quite the opposite. They're punishing her. Yeah. Because either you are angry at Chrystia Freeland because you triggered this and you supported Justin Trudeau and you wanted to him to have some kind of graceful exit, which he essentially was denied and triggered this race. Or in fact, you actually did want Justin Trudeau to leave and you question why Chrystia Freeland as a candidate didn't work earlier to trigger this possibility and push him out, because she did stand side by, you know, shoulder to shoulder with him right up until that really dramatic December 16th day. On Gould quickly, you know, she has had a remarkable campaign. She was at 2% name recognition in January. No one knew who she was, despite the fact that she had been a cabinet minister for almost 10 years. And now she has run a pretty peppy, you know, campaign and has attracted a younger kind of cohort of voters. Potentially, we'll see today if they were more digitally savvy and able to navigate the verification system, and she actually comes in second. But certainly what we're watching for the most is who is that second choice, who is going to come in second place today.
And I'll give her a tiny bit of credit. She's also the candidate who opened herself up to the most Canadian accountability from Canadian media by far. Yep. And well, her and Frank Baylis, but of the three top ones.
And credit that may count against her. But
Scott,
no, but I would say she's the clearest communicator of them all. In fact, the two front runners that we spoke about, Freeland and Carney, still speak in a bit of consultant-esque like speak, you know, and Karina has been clear and relatable, and I think that's to her credit.
Okay, well, we anticipate in about an hour, we're actually going to hear from each of the candidates. We also think that, or we also have on schedule at least, that we're going to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, because as the new Prime Minister comes in, he will leave, and former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, plus, of course, the announcement of the winner and speech from the winner. All of that coming up tonight. I'll take another commercial break. On the other end of that break, our special coverage continues right here from Ottawa.
USA Network, here for the characters. Free preview on now.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free, no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Imagine you could get help for your stiff, achy joints without products that just hide the symptoms. Instaflex Advanced. It relieves joint pain and stiffness caused by osteoarthritis. With key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies, you'll have better knees in 1 week. Instaflex Advanced. Get it today.
Reese's Plus Nougat has more than chocolatey, peanut buttery goodness. It's got chewy nougat. That is fun to say. Nougat. 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 Nougat.
I'm Francesco Mutti, and nobody loves tomatoes as much as I do.
So you can enjoy the freshness and taste of Mutti tomatoes. Mutti, one family, one passion. Tomatoes.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get 0% purchase financing on this F-150.
Welcome back to CTV's special coverage of the Liberal leadership race. I'm Vassy Kapelos in Ottawa. The stage is set. Those candidates will be taking the stage, in fact, in just a few minutes' time. We'll hear from each of them, the four who are running to be the leader of the party and the next prime minister, rather, of this country, to get a sense of where they stack up against each other, but also against the opposition. I'm here joined live by Nick Nanos. He's the chief data scientist and founder of Nanos Research, also, of course, CTV's pollster. Great to have you here, Nick. I appreciate you making the time. So I think the story, one of the big stories of this campaign is public opinion polling and what has happened to the Liberals since the leadership was triggered, essentially. Let's talk a little bit about what you have seen in their polling numbers and the opposition polling numbers over the last 2 months.
Yeah, what's interesting, Vassy, is that, we've seen the Conservatives, who at one point had a 27-point advantage. Now it's basically like 37-34. For the Conservatives, so they still numerically have the advantage. And the thing is the Liberals have been picking up among women. They started picking up in the province of Quebec, Atlantic Canada, British Columbia, and they're much more competitive. The other interesting thing is we asked Canadians whether they would consider or not consider voting for each of the federal parties, and the Liberal numbers have been going up in the last 4 or 5 weeks. The Conservative numbers in terms of accessible voters have been going down. So, we're going to have a horse race, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens coming out of this Liberal leadership convention.
And I also wanted to ask you in that vein, like the two things that have happened in the 2-month span where we're looking at those numbers on the screen. One, Justin Trudeau quit. And two, Donald Trump was inaugurated and started directly threatening Canada. Your thoughts on if both hadn't happened, would we be looking at that screen?
No, it usually takes a few things, Vassy, to move the numbers. It's usually not one thing. I think when we look at what's happened, Justin Trudeau stepping down really was the initial event that kind of started to change things for the Liberals. But it wasn't enough just that. And, the thing is with Donald Trump and the threats that he's made against Canada, tariffs, all that kind of stuff, it's put things into focus. And you know what, Vassy? We thought the election was going to be, is it time for a change? I think now, because of Donald Trump, the uninvited guest in Canadian politics, we're looking at an election that's probably going to be about who can best manage the relationship with the U.S. administration and kind of get Canada through that. And you know what? It's still too early to tell whose advantage that might be as Canadians look at all of the choices very differently.
Can you sit there for 1 second, if you don't mind? Because, in fact, when you talk about navigating that relationship with the U.S., my colleague Michael Couture is on the floor live with Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. Mike, over to you.
Thanks for that so much, Vassy. Yeah, Minister Joly, I guess first question is, when we consider where Donald Trump has left the week and where we might be going this week, considering tariffs on dairy possibly, what is Canada doing to ramp up that response and making sure that no matter what happens, we are ready for that?
Well, listen, I've said it, and I think a lot of people notice that we won't go through this psychodrama every 30 days, and I stand by my words, because we need to make sure that we keep the pressure against the Trump administration while they're going after us for no good reason. So that's why we kept the $30 billion worth of counter tariffs on American goods in place. Meanwhile, we're continuing to engage. We're making sure that we're ready also, because there's a possibility of another round of tariffs against steel and aluminum this week, because the executive order, which is related to steel and aluminum tariffs, is coming into place on March 12th, so this week. And then there's also another executive order from President Trump that is about reciprocal tariffs, and it is in line with an April 2nd delay. So as you can see, there are many different timelines that are presented to us that is affecting Canada, but also many countries in the world. So my point is we'll continue to defend Canadian jobs. We'll continue to defend all the families that depend on these jobs, and we'll continue to defend our Canadian way of life. And so we'll keep the pressure on, and we'll fight.
This week, you were hosting the foreign ministers from the G7.
Yeah.
How do you keep up that pressure, and how difficult of a conversation are you anticipating with Secretary of State Rubio?
So I spoke to Secretary of State Rubio on Thursday. It was a constructive conversation. We spoke about the tariffs, but we spoke also about Ukraine and things that are linked to international security. And we want to make sure that we keep the G7 united. And so I'm looking forward to having him in Canada, in Quebec, next week, as you were saying, but also with other European foreign ministers, because we need to show strong unity. Now, will we have tough conversations? Of course. Do we see eye to eye on everything? No. But my job as Canada's top diplomat is to defend Canada's interests and at the same time to try to navigate these complicated waters, to say the least, and to ultimately try to find common ground. So that's what I'll be working on this week.
Is Secretary Rubio somebody that you would consider an ally of Canada that would argue in favor of getting rid of those tariffs if you have that conversation, or when you have that conversation with him?
Secretary Rubio is definitely somebody that is working with President Trump, and he is under his authority. But at the same time, we need to find ways to be working with this administration while fighting for our jobs. We need to be able to do both. Keep on the pressure, make sure that we're united, and fight back. Meanwhile, my job as Canada's top diplomat is to find off-ramps. And of course, I'm engaging with Secretary Rubio, but at the same time, my colleague, the Minister of Finance, Dominic LeBlanc, is also engaging with Secretary Lutnick. So we're working this through, but I'm saying that to all those watching us right now, we need to continue to buy Canadian. We need to make sure that we support Make Canadian. We need to make sure also that we travel across the country or elsewhere in the world, not necessarily in the U.S., because we have purchasing power. We have an impact on what's going on in the U.S., and Canada is the biggest client of the United States. We buy more than China, Japan, the UK, and France. And so when Canadians all across the country are united to send a clear message to the Trump administration and to send a clear message to the American people that what they're doing will cost them, what the Trump administration is doing will cost them more at the pump, more at the grocery store, more when they buy a new house or try to renovate their house, more we're able to send that message that ultimately the Trump administration is creating inflation in the U.S. and the American people get that, more they'll be, in turn, be able to make sure that they put pressure on the Trump administration and ultimately will win. We know that we're united. We know that the U.S. is divided. And so that's why, for all of those who've been supporting buying Canadian, thank you, and we need to continue to hold strong.
Last quick question for you. You've been supporting Mark Carney, helping in his organization.
Yeah.
Why do you think that he has what it takes, and why do you think he will win today?
I think Canadians are looking for three things. First, somebody that embodies change, which is what Mark embodies. Second, somebody that will be able to deal with Trump. And he has that experience. He's been weathering in the past. He was able to advise on the 2008 recession. He was also the governor of the Bank of England during Brexit. So I think he has that expertise. And thirdly, somebody that will be able to beat Pierre Poilievre, and that, that will be there to defend Canadian jobs and Canada's Canadian way of life. And so that's why I'm supporting him. And I look forward to be there tonight to make sure that he wins.
Appreciate it. Melanie Joly, Foreign Affairs
Thank
Minister. Thanks so much for joining us. Vassy, send it back up to you.
Okay, that's our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, on the floor with Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. Nick Nanos has been sitting next to me listening in. Nick, two things I wanted to ask you out of that conversation. The first, of course, the focus on Donald Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio coming here. You did some very specific polling for our show this weekend, actually, about the degree to which how to navigate Donald Trump will be what influences people's votes in the next federal election? Because you had done it similarly for the Ontario election as well. Tell us a bit about what you found. We've got those numbers up right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. We asked Canadians what will influence their vote in the upcoming federal election, and they could say whatever they wanted. It was open-ended. You can see Trump at the top of the list at around 36%, followed by jobs and the economy at 29%. And why don't we just say the rest, right? Because they're only about 5 or 6%. The key takeaway here is that, for a majority of Canadians, they are fixated on Donald Trump and fixated on what it might mean for jobs and the economy. The kicker is, St. Paddy Day is coming up. The Fighting Irish are coming out in Canadians, because there's a significant amount of support for dollar retaliation. That's what the Americans are getting from Canada. And, the thing is, for once, I think there's a little bit of a political consensus from the Liberals and the Conservatives and the New Democrats that we've got to respond to the United States firmly in order to kind of get through this period.
Last question for you. There is not consensus among those parties about who should be leading the country in that fight, right? And I did want to ask you, Minister Joly talking about why she's endorsed, it's a pretty high-profile endorsement for Carney in Quebec in particular. There's a lot, he certainly has benefited from the idea of who he is, right? But there hasn't been a lot of scrutiny. There have been some trip-ups of late, for example, around what role he did or didn't play in moving the head office of a company whose board he chaired. Can we expect more of that stuff in a campaign? And the lack of testing for Mark Carney in a political sense, what kind of thing will you be watching for if, in fact, he does win tonight?
Well, it's going to be trial by fire for Mark Carney, because the reality is that this Liberal convention and leadership process has been softball politics, right? There haven't been any hard balls, spitballs, curveballs, or anything thrown at Mark Carney. But, the thing is that he was the governor of the Bank of England, so he has dealt with a pretty tough media there, and there's a tough media in Canada, too. I think it's going to come down to Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre explaining why they think they are the best person to deal with Donald Trump, and Canadians will judge. And the thing is that the election will matter, because who knows what Donald Trump is going to be saying day by day in the election, and who knows how each of the federal party leaders are going to have to manage responding to Donald Trump.
Okay, Nick, we'll be picking your brain all night for your analysis. Nick Nanos is the founder and chief data scientist of Nanos Research. I've got to take a commercial break, but after that break, we have plenty more coverage here as we count down to the announcement of the next Liberal leader and the new Prime Minister of this country. Back in a moment.
At No Frills, we're here to help you save money.
Take your time. Please.
Saving you money. It's the No Frills thing to do.
What is it about a place that stays with you long after you leave? Truth is, it's never what at all.
I'm death gonna miss my class if I try and pack my lunch. Oh no, spilled coffee on myself again. I really shouldn't drop $25 on a sandwich. These nails weren't cheap. More coffee, stat. If you know, you know. Slate that exam, treat yourself, right? I could cook, but no. We're here for you 24/7. So if you didn't know, now you know.
With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game.
Oh, and see, in that dishwasher.
Watch me.
Platinum Plus gives you the highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah.
Scrape, load, done. Cascade Platinum Plus.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, help is always on hand.
When arthritis pain makes the stairs feel like a summit, there's Tylenol Arthritis. With 2 layers of pain relief. One acts fast, one lasts for up to 8 hours, and it's gentle on your stomach. Tylenol Arthritis, made for everyday moments.
I think we want to have some fun today.
We know how to make fun.
I
hope you enjoy Thailand.
We usually go to the Caribbean.
I almost died today.
No, you didn't.
Something's off. Got really bad feelings. I'm a little freaked out.
I think you survived.
Hi there. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Liberal leadership race. We're in downtown Ottawa this afternoon, counting down. In about 2 hours from now, we anticipate this party will choose their new leader. Here's a live look inside the room, which is starting to fill up considerably. The formal part of the program gets underway in about 25 minutes' time. A couple of speeches from outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien are expected, plus of course, the announcement of the winner and then a speech from the winner. We're going to have live coverage of all of that. Here to help me set the stage for what we can anticipate is our panel of great minds, or Sunday strategy session, as we call them on Question Period. Corey Tonight, Scott Reed, and Kathleen Monk. Scott, I'll start with you. And I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of the bigger picture as we head into a possible general election. And I'll start off with a clip for everyone to listen to from Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Federal Conservatives, who this afternoon held a rally in London, Ontario. Here's what he had to say about Mark Carney.
Now our Liberal friends, after they've caused all this damage, are going to pull a sneaky trick tonight. They're going to try to get elected for a fourth term. By replacing Justin Trudeau with his economic advisor, Mark Carney. Carney's advice drove up taxes, housing costs, and food prices, while he personally profited from moving billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of Canada to the United States.
So a couple of things, Scott, stick out there. Number one, the Conservatives determined about a month and a half ago this was Carney fait accompli, and their ads have reflected that, and they're sort of who they talk about when they do talk about the Liberals. Second, though, they will really continue to try and say, and maybe to success, I don't know, but that it's the same, right? That this is still make it a question of change and say that this actually won't be changed. I think that's what I garner from that.
No question. That's exactly what you hear. And they want to cling to the frame of change, which had rewarded them so handsomely in the polls for so long. I guess, the question really is whether that is going to be the ballot question. And we hear from Nick Nanos a second ago, and we've heard from many other pollsters who have told us that the mood of the country has shifted and that the focus of the country has shifted. And Donald Trump bursts through the wall of our lives every day, sometimes multiple times a day, almost certainly forcing this next election to be about Trump and tariffs. So they're going to take their shots at Carney, and maybe that'll have an effect. I mean, you can't open a window without being hit in the face with 2 or 3 conservative negative ads on Carney these days. But ultimately, if the Conservatives are going to win, and if Pierre Poilievre is going to win this election, which we imagine is coming very quickly, he's going to have the right answer on Trump, not just the right attack on Carney.
I think that particularly, Corey, and correct me if I'm wrong, over the past few weeks, there has been like a tacit acknowledgement of that. The Conservatives, they're putting way more policy in the window about what they would do to counter Trump, but they are still going very hard at Carney. Do they think that the messaging on Carney ultimately will be successful for them, or is the runway perhaps, short?
Well, you have to go after your opponents in a political race, and you have to try to define them. And I think the most sensible thing for them to do is what you see them doing, and trying to associate the new guy with the old regime as best you can. Now, that's a little more challenging than it would be if it was a member of the cabinet. While Carney is clearly a Liberal and clearly has ties as an economic advisor, etc., it's not the same level of intimacy as you would have with like a Chrystia Freeland taking over the helm. So I think it's a little heavier lift with him as a candidate than it would be for some of the others that it could have been. that said, I think they're on the right track with the attacks on Brookfield and moving jobs to the United States. And I think that's really the attack that has gotten the most traction of the ones that they've tried on over the last few weeks. So I expect you'll see more of that. I think one of the challenges, though, is going to be, and you saw a little bit of it in that clip, is that there's a lot of edge with how Poilievre communicates. And he's gotten where he is in politics by having that, brass knuckles approach. It's the role he played in the Harper government. It's the role that he's played, as an opposition leader. And I wonder if for some of those female voters in particular who are really animated by being opposed to Trump, if that doesn't sound a little too Trumpian. And I think it's going to be a delicate balance to get those attack messages out without having a tone that is too closely associated with who I think the main opponent of this race is, which is Donald Trump. So I think you're going to see the Liberals trying to put that frame on him that, well, he looks and sounds a lot like Trump, but and you're going to see the Conservatives try to say, well, he's a lot like Trudeau. And whoever wins that framing exercise, I think we'll do well in the election.
It's interesting that Corey says that, because that's the exact set of ads, Kathleen, that are out right now. Literally, the Liberal Party has an ad out that kind of has Trump and Poilievre, and they're side by side, and they're trying to send that exact message. And then the series of ads the Conservatives have out are exactly what we heard Pierre Poilievre essentially deliver in that message to the rally. Your thoughts on sort of that framing?
Yeah, well, I really think the Conservatives have to do a number of things, like Corey pointed out. They obviously have to continue to attack Carney, but they also have to put a more positive message out. And the other ad the Conservatives have out right now is a new French ad. And you can see that Poilievre has spent a lot of time improving his French. And his message in this latest French ad is really a different tone, a tone that we haven't seen before. It's a bit more gentler, a bit more sophisticated, less kind of attack dog. I think the challenge that you see in the latest Carney's attack that you saw in his rally today in London is that he's trying to say that this move is sneaky about replacing Trudeau with Carney. And that harkens back to a very similar call that Donald Trump did last summer when Joe Biden stepped down and they replaced her in a democratic process with Kamala Harris. And I think if Pierre Poilievre continues to use that kind of, it's sneaky, it's delegitimate, that's a bad look for him, because it actually aligns him with a Trump-style kind of communication strategy. Listen, the Conservatives have to pound away at change. I think that line that you heard, that you played about that, don't give them a fourth mandate, I think that's probably their most successful line of attack, because people might be reminded that they're tired of the Liberals, or they just want to say, hey, let's give somebody else a chance, a different party a chance. But when they try to accuse the Liberals of being sneaky, or Carney kind of usurping power, that is a very Trumpian-style communication strategy, and it will backfire. And Corey pointed out the demographic issue around women, and let me be very clear, the Conservatives have a demographic issue with women 18 plus and men, older men. And that kind of aggressive communication style is pushing women away from them. And when they see alternatives like Carney, like Jagmeet Singh, they're going to be more attracted to them because they don't like that kind of Trumpian pound that Poilievre has been doing.
It's interesting because the way in which Poilievre delivered his message worked so well when the forces, like everyone was fighting in Canada, were within, right? There was a lot of unhappiness and people were genuinely upset at the way the government had handled things, and understandably so in many different circumstances. It just lands differently when the enemy is from outside. It feels like today.
A bunch of threads come together. I mean, first of all, when Justin Trudeau was suffering the lowest approval ratings of any leader we'd seen in decades, then his edge, Pierre Poilievre's edge being directed at Trudeau, was rewarded by voters. But now that doesn't necessarily seem to fit the moment. But I just can't echo Kathleen enough. And I think this is a big challenge for the Conservatives as they try to re-engineer themselves, their campaign, and their leader around this new dynamic, which is you cannot present yourself as the anti-Trump answer for Canada if you channel Trump, if you sound and give off Trump vibes. And, tigers have stripes, not spots. And you have to ask, does Pierre Poilievre, the politician, have it within him to make that shift and that change? Can he go from stripes to spots? I'm not sure we've seen that flexibility and that agility in his political.
Do you think Conservatives believe, Corey, that they have to, or that it's the chattering class kind of making that determination.
Talking head idiots.
Well, look, I think there is, for the sort of Laurentian elite, part of the world, there's a lot of appeal. I know I'm feeling more like a charter member every day, but there's a lot of appeal to a Carney type resume. So I do think there is, a support base there. And I think that kind of voter has long been attracted to the Liberal Party. So I don't think that's a new phenomenon, and I don't think it's something that Conservatives, are going to have a lot of difficulty overcoming. People who feel that way tend to be in downtown Toronto, where the Conservatives don't do particularly well. It's more, how are these things landing in the suburbs that I think is more telling. I think the other challenge the Conservatives have, which I really feel for them, is forces from outside the country who are, providing endorsements and things. Like I feel like every time Elon Musk puts out a tweet in support. In support of Poilievre, he goes down a point. It's I think they probably would like to have them help less, if that's what their objective is.
Okay, I'm gonna pause us there. We'll be back throughout the rest of the hour. I want to head over straight to the floor because my colleague Mike Couture, does have a member of caucus who is endorsing Chrystia Freeland. Mike, over to you.
Thanks so much for that, Vassy. Yeah, here with James Maloney. Mr. Maloney, tell me a little bit about how this campaign has gone for Ms. Freeland and why you think that she may be able to win it tonight.
Look, I think the campaign has gone remarkably well from Christia's perspective. It's a short campaign, which means it was an intense campaign. She's worked incredibly hard. She's crossed the country literally and virtually. She's gone to every riding in the country, and she's reached people in even some of the remote parts of the country. And the reception she's had everywhere she's been has been extraordinary. So the energy is high. She's very positive. Her team is very positive and enthusiastic and optimistic, as am I.
What do you feel about the get out the vote machine that you've needed for this? How has that worked? Do you think it has been effective? Because that is really what all of these things come down to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's been effective. It's a unique campaign, too, because of the voting format and, again, because of the time frame. People had to do things in a very compressed period of time, but I think it's worked very well. The voting process is online, worked, it was efficient. I was able to do it without any challenges. It meant you could vote from your home regardless of where you lived. It meant you didn't have to travel to go vote. But the campaign, we had people across the country, and when you're talking about getting out the vote, you can do that virtually too. Yeah. Like, you don't need physically people driving in Northern Ontario or Northern Saskatchewan having to pick people up in their car and driving them to a polling station. You can do it on phone, you can do it on Zoom, and it's been very effective. And it gave people an opportunity to vote who might not otherwise have been able to do so.
She's been proudly boasting that her nickname given by Donald Trump is Killer. Do you think that'll be the same thing for tonight?
I think so. I hope so. I believe so. Look, I think that's a badge of honor. It's one of the reasons I supported Chrystia Freeland. She was our point person when, we renegotiated the trade deal in 2016. And the reason he calls her names is because he knows that she's a tough adversary. And, privately, he would probably admit he doesn't want to deal with her again for that very reason. So, yeah, it's a very apt nickname, but I think it's one that she wears with pride, and it's one I think she should wear with pride.
Okay, I appreciate that. James Maloney, MP for the Liberals for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Vassy, send it back to you.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And we will continue checking in with Mike on the floor. That MP, of course, endorsing Chrystia Freeland. We formally heard from Melanie Joly, who has endorsed Mark Carney. I'm going to throw it to Karina Gould, making an entrance, taking some questions from reporters just a few moments ago. Let's take a listen.
What are you hearing from your supporters?
Oh, they're so excited. I'm hearing so much excitement from across the country. Look, today is a great day for the Liberal Party of Canada, and it's a good day for Canada.
I know you said that you'd have the other candidates serve in your cabinet. Would you serve in one of their cabinets as well?
Look, if I was asked to serve, my position is that, I want to serve Canadians. So if I was asked to, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Well, enjoy the day. Very excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, very exciting, and it's a great day for the Liberal Party and for Canadians. So thank you.
Thank you, Karina.
All right, that's Liberal leadership contendant and former government House Leader Karina Gould making her entrance into the room. The countdown is on. That announcement just under a couple of hours away. I'll take one more commercial break, and more of our special coverage is just ahead.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B, but many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these two serious liver diseases. So plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, because you are a traveler.
Bathfitter knows what you're looking for. The perfect style for your bath remodel with the look of tile you want. New textures, shapes, and styles. Time to set a date. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Limits aren't there to stop us. They're there to challenge us, test us. So when we push past those limits, we discover how far we can really go. The Jeep No Limits event is back. Get up to $8,800 in total incentives on Jeep Wrangler, or up to $6,700 in total incentives on Jeep Grand Cherokee, or lease a Jeep Compass North for $99 a week for 54 months with $1,095 down at 2.49%, 4.06% APR. Jeep, there's only one.
It's like a shower for your nose. This thing is amazing.
Navage Flush is sailing through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
There's no other product out there like it.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
You brush and floss, but did you know? Listerine kills up to 99.9% of germs and destroys 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss, contributing to a clean, healthy mouth. Help complete your routine with Listerine.
Fire it up!
Welcome back to our nation's capital and CTV special coverage of the Liberal leadership race and announcement that the new leader of the party, I should say, and the new prime minister, at least for a little while, of this country, will be announced in just about 90 minutes' time. The formal part of the program here at this convention of sorts gets underway in about 10 minutes' time. As part of that program, we will hear from former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, as well as outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I am here with Kathleen Monk, Scott Reed, and Corey tonight. As we look ahead, the Prime Minister, Kathleen, is they're going to show a video, and then he's also going to get introduced and deliver a speech. Talk a little bit about, like, it's been so overshadowed by the fact that, you know, we might go to war, and I say that tongue-in-cheek, but still, right? Like this crazy threat that we are facing, that we've barely even taken a moment to say, like, oh wow, it's nearly a decade, and he's on his way out.
Yeah, he hasn't had an exit where he's gotten the tributes that you would normally expect for a prime minister who's really, you know, last decade has dealt with so many important things, you know, whether it's COVID, whatever, but his legacy hasn't been unpacked in the same way. Maybe we'll see it tonight. Maybe the speech will touch on that, maybe the video, but he hasn't had, quote unquote, the normal due that even any exiting leader would normally have. And there won't be time for that because the House will not be likely returning. We won't have those usual tributes in the House. But obviously, you know, when will be the time that we look back on Trudeau's legacy? It could be years from now. But there are some things like the Canada Child Benefit, obviously lifting kids out of poverty, the child care agreements throughout the country that really he does deserve some credit for. But because he didn't choose, his own hubris led him to not leave earlier, not in 2024, not in 2023, even 2022, when you go back for the first calls back to Senator Percy Down, who wrote that letter, really
back in the day,
back in the day, in the Wayback Time Machine, he has not been granted that that kind of due. The one thing he has been given is a massive gift, I would say, though, and that gift has been from Donald Trump, that he has left on this left in these last final days since January 6th, where he announced that he would resign. He has had the opportunity to travel the entire globe, meet with leaders, on behalf of Ukraine, on others, and have this massive fight with the U.S. around the threat to our economic sovereignty.
I think exactly that is what sticks out to me, Scott, that the story of his exit written 2 months ago would be that he waited until the worst possible moment at that time for his party and was dragged kicking and screaming out. And now it is, these last, particularly, let's say 6 weeks, have almost, I would imagine changed a lot of the end of the story for him.
I think it's of tremendous importance. I mean, we can talk about, wouldn't it be nice to have tributes and people to run videos about him? That's not what he wants. What he wants is to go out a working prime minister, and he had moments, even in this past week, facing off against Trump, speaking on behalf of the country about the confrontation that we're having with the United States and the White House. And he has looked solid and strong, and people who did not like him, did not vote for him, and did not admire him have been nevertheless handing him his applause. So that's important. The other thing that's important from my perspective is, you know what a bad legacy is? A bad legacy is walking away from your party and having it get absolutely monstered in the next election. Right. It would be seeing the party return to the third place position that he had actually inherited it from. If now, thanks to his departure and now thanks to the arrival of Trump and the changing issue set, suddenly it looks like the party's competitive. That is good for him, historically speaking.
I got 1 minute left. Last word to you, Corey.
Well, I would not be very happy that this tribute's happening if I were Mark Carney. Like, we can't miss you if you don't go away, as this saying goes. Like, look, people can say, Trudeau has, had, done a little better in the last few weeks. Nobody in Canada is kicking down the door to get him to stay. Like, he's still one of the most unpopular political leaders in the history of modern polling for Canada. So, like, look, as we talked about earlier, the positioning of the Conservatives is going to try to tie these two men together. And, the Liberals are making it a lot easier for them tonight by having them share a stage. In, years gone past, you would have done a tribute to the outgoing leader one day, and then you'd have a day for the vote, and you do it on the next day to try to have some separation. Putting them right next to each other in the program, I think, is not the best.
Well, don't worry. Jean Chrétien will divide them in the program, and that is coming up this hour. I'll take a quick commercial break. We're back in a moment with more coverage from downtown Ottawa.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get 0% purchase financing on this F-150.
What do you want?
To bring people together.
Welcome to the villa.
For my family.
Family forever, baby.
Oh, what a moment!
Doesn't that sound good? Seriously?
I give to you best team in the league
Ever!
Get the Crave TSN bundle, the ultimate entertainment and sports bundle. Start streaming. Visit crave.ca/subscribe.
A CTV News special presentation.
I'm doing this because Canada is the best country in the world, but it still could be even better.
You want someone as leader of the Liberal Party and as Prime Minister who Donald Trump is afraid of.
It is time for a new generation of leadership, a generation of leadership that brings people along.
I believe in Canadians and I believe in Canada, and with my plan, I'm certain we'll reach our full potential.
Liberal Leadership 2025. Live from Ottawa, here is Vassy Kapelos.
Hi there, and welcome to CTV's special coverage of the Liberal leadership race. In just a few hours, not only will this party have a new leader, but this country will have a new prime minister for at least a period of time. You can see if we take a live look inside the room, which is located right in the heart of our nation's capital here in Ottawa. It is filling up. The formal part of the program is slated to get underway any moment now. And just a little bit later this hour, we anticipate we will hear from outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, as well as former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. And then the big announcement, and we anticipate we will also hear from the leader, the new leader of this party. Here to help me unpack what could happen, what might happen, and what will happen in the coming days, because we could be in for an election in short order, is the wonderful Hannah Thibodeau. She's a former journalist as well as executive communications officer at Global Public Affairs, and Graham Richardson, another top-notch former journalist and currently public and government affairs at Edelman. Hi to both of you.
Hey, Vassy.
We have a unique experience, and we were all together the day that Chrystia Freeland did what she did, and then the day that Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, quit. Now, just a few short months later, we're here tonight. I have to start off on the question of the night, which is who is going to take this, Hannah, as the program gets underway behind us?
I think what everybody believes at this point is from fundraising numbers, it's from support from cabinet, from caucus, is Mark Carney. What I am hearing is 158,000 cast a ballot.
Correct.
As of 3 p.m.
151.
151. Okay, I gave too many. But what I am hearing is that potentially Mark Carney could get this with 60% of the vote, if not even higher. So first ballot, we expect him to take this. But you never know what can happen behind the scenes, but that is what I'm hearing, is that people were really committed to that. But I walked around here, and what I found fabulous and interesting is that I even ran into people who voted for Chrystia Freeland. They say they're happy if Mr. Carney wins this. They expect him to win this, even Freeland people. But they wanted to give her a shot, even after, you know, there are a lot of people who are frustrated in the party that she did what she did, but there are others out there that say she is the right person at this time to take on Donald Trump and deal with the situation in those scenarios.
I know, Graham, you're walking around too. Is there anyone who thinks Mark Carney won't win this? And what do you think about the potential significance of a first ballot as a first ballot win as the candidates make their way in?
I couldn't find anybody who doesn't think that Carney's going to win. And I think it will send a strong signal if it is a first ballot, like everybody seems to be suggesting. What's striking, you mentioned the last time we were all together, it was, what is their story? What is their message? A caretaker cabinet, a campaign where they're desperately trying to save the furniture. And you walk around now, and there is a spring in the Liberal step because of what's happened with one man, Donald Trump. And they believe they're better positioned to take him on than the Conservatives are, and that Canadians are very much alive. I have a question for both of you throughout the broadcast. Is it possible we're in a world where Mr. Trudeau's personality, that was quite divisive, and 10 years of Liberal record is actually not on the ballot? Is that a possibility? I say it is, and I say it's going to be extraordinary if that's the case. If this is just about the Americans and Mr. Trump, the crowd behind here feels very, very good about where they are right now. Way better than they did even the day Justin Trudeau resigned.
Well, one of the things, too, is the fact that in my 25 years nearly covering Parliament Hill, I've never seen a turnaround like this one. A 20-point lead when we were talking back in December for the Conservatives has completely evaporated. And I think for the Conservatives, too, we saw Pierre Poilievre this morning at a rally. You know, he's starting to sound more prime ministerial, less opposition leader. However, in that room, they were still chanting, "Axe the tax." And I think that's missing a moment that is happening, that we're seeing in this room here and in our country.
Well, I think what the Conservatives right now is we look at Frank Baylis make his way, one of the four contenders, into the room. Actually, we'll listen in very quickly to his opening statement.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking all those who have supported me throughout this race.
To my wife and family, my friends, my incredible team, and all my supporters, I am deeply, deeply grateful. Thank you. Now, we are living in challenging times. Our economic security and our very sovereignty is under threat. But the man who challenges us does not know our history, and he does not understand our values. We are builders who stitched this country together with a railroad. We are fighters who have stood up against tyranny all around the world. Yet at the same time, we're also peacekeepers who have come to the aid of others in their time of need. Nous sommes une nation distincte.
We're a distinct nation with French throughout the country, focused on Quebec. And above all,
we are a compassionate people who put in place a social safety net and a healthcare system to look after all of our citizens. So this is who we are. We are builders. We are fighters. We are peacekeepers. Nous sommes une nation dotée d'une
we are a nation with a rich cultural identity.
Compassionate people. So, we will not be intimidated by a tweet. And we will not be broken by a tariff. Nous sommes les Canadiens.
We are Canadians, and together we will build our nation.
The true north, strong and free, and we will always be. Tonight, as we choose our next leader, regardless who that is, let us go forward together into our future with confidence and optimism. Merci. Merci tout le monde. Merci, merci.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. That is leadership candidate Frank Baylis making his entrance into the room. Each of the candidates will do so. And here comes Chrystia Freeland. I'm here with Hannah Thibodeau and Graham Richardson. Hannah, let's talk a bit about the Freeland campaign.
Yeah, you know, you see her there. That's her husband on the left. The Freeland campaign, she's the reason we're all here today. Let's remember that. She was the one that pulled the pin and the rug under from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, saying that his financial handling was just not up to par. She decided that she was not going to deliver the fall economic update that day. It was a shock for the Prime Minister. I think it was Bob Fife who reported that day that the Prime Minister was sitting outside in his car when he got the news from her. For her campaign, I've been talking to some people on the floor, and they really feel that she could be the one to take on Donald Trump. But let's remember, this is something that was a different Donald Trump the time that she took him on years ago, as opposed to now. They're different circumstances.
Good point.
Yeah.
Man-eater, right?
That was her campaign theme song.
I love it. I love it. Her problem, if there's no Mark Carney in the mix, her problem, of course, is she was there the whole time. It's hard for them to change the story, and they have to change the story. I know what the Conservatives are saying about Mr. Carney. He was there too. Is that Lloyd Axworthy there? I think it is.
I think it is. One of her higher profile endorsements.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a very, very serious, obviously, international liberal voice. With Mr. Carney, it's easier to say they are changing the channel and moving on from Mr. Trudeau, even though the Conservatives continually try to tie him to
And look at that,
Trudeau.
Graham, in the debates, when I asked the final question, what separates you from Justin Trudeau? She didn't even answer the question, and that was her chance to really stand up and speak and say, I am different from this government. I am trying to separate myself from the former Prime Minister, but she totally ignored it.
Actually, it was a great last question, I thought, and it was so interesting. And you actually went back to it.
I did.
To get her to give an answer, because she really, didn't want to at first, which is fascinating considering, Graham, the way it all started.
And, I don't want to overemphasize it, but I am reminded of the rush to Martin in that leadership race. It was so obvious where it's going. Maybe not as strong here to the rush to Carney, but clearly given the cabinet backing and the establishment backing he has, it would be a massive shocker if she were to win today. That being said, the last Liberal convention I covered was way back.
Was that Stéphane Dion?
It was Stéphane Dion in 2006. Nobody predicting that. A little different scenario here.
But the question becomes, if she does not win tonight, which we don't expect but still possible, will she be brought in under the Carney team?
And let's listen to her opening message to Liberals gathered here in Ottawa.
Good evening. Bonsoir. I want to start by thanking the amazing people who have volunteered on my campaign and donated to my campaign. Merci beaucoup. Je vous apprécie.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all your help.
Et je sais.
And I know that we all want to thank the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this evening as well.
There is a remarkable wave of patriotism across our country. Canadians are ready to stand for Canada. Canadians are ready to fight for Canada. And I know all of us have one message for Donald Trump tonight. Canada will never be the 51st state. Oui, c'est ça. Partout au pays.
Across the country, Canadians are ready to fight for Canada. We're ready to defend Canada. And Canada will never become the 51st U.S. state.
Just in December, people were writing off our Liberal Party. But tonight, we all know that we can, we must, and we will defeat Pierre Poilievre and his maple syrup mega. Oui, on va gagner.
We are going to win.
The Liberal Party is the party that has always fought for Canada, and together we will win. Vive le Canada!
Long live Canada.
Merci.
All right, that's former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland delivering her opening remarks to the crowd assembled. Next up, Karina Gould is going to make her way in. Graham, I'll start with you. As the former government House leader, does. What do you make of her campaign?
I thought it was great. Like I think really she introduced herself to Canadians who don't necessarily know her. She's a long shot to win, but she was a voice of the left, if you will, the left of center, which I think a lot of Liberals were looking for. Not everybody agrees that they need to shift back to the center. And just before we move on with more Karina Gould talk, I will point out to everybody, this is a small thing but important. This room looks amazing. It looks like an energized Liberal Party. That's the snapshot that they want. It doesn't look moribund. It doesn't look like they're on the ropes because they don't feel like they are anymore. And as a television production, at least so far, even though the votes haven't been counted, it looks like they're in for a fight. And just a few weeks ago, they were not.
Interestingly, some behind-the-scenes gossip. This is the smaller room of the rooms that they could get at the Shaw Centre. When they initially booked it, they were worried about even being able to fill this room.
Right.
And now their demand outstripped the tickets they had available. Like their own party. Somebody just before we went on air said the last time they were here for their Christmas party, it felt like a wait.
Yes.
And now it's anything but. That was like 3 months ago, not even.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I want to talk about Karina Gould before we get to her. I'm keeping an eye on her, but this is the youth of this party as well. One of the things that this party needs to do is get that 18 to 35 vote. And if I were Mark Carney, if he wins tonight, I would bring her in. I would bring her in a big position because, let's be frank, he's an older white male.
Yeah.
He may have that vote. When Justin Trudeau won in 2015, he won it because of legalization of pot and bringing in that youth vote between 18 to 35. It has now gone to the Conservatives, if you look at the numbers, and they need a way to bring that back. This might be that person who could do it for them if Mark Carney takes it tonight and plays those cards properly.
All right, Hannah and Graham, thank you so much. We're going to listen in live to Karina Gould.
Good evening, everyone. Today is a wonderful day for the Liberal Party of Canada.
Great day for the Liberal Party of Canada. I want to start by saying thank you to each and every one of you. You participated, you joined the party, you voted, you volunteered, you made donations, and the Liberal Party of Canada is strong because of each and every one of you. C'est quoi le Parti libéral?
What's the Liberal Party? Well, it's the members, it's the supporters across the country. It's a strong party. Our party is always there to defend Canada and to defend Canadians as well.
Our party is made of incredible Canadians who care so deeply about this country, and it is always the Liberal Party of Canada that stands up for Canada and stands up for Canadians. And this leadership campaign has shown that there are so many Canadians willing to stand strong for Canada. Et moi, je suis plein.
And I'm very inspired because of you, the members of our party. You're here to stand up for Canada.
And through it all, we have remembered who we are as Liberals. I am proud to be a Liberal in Canada. Je suis fière d'être libérale.
I'm proud to be a Liberal here in Canada.
And let's remember, we are the party of healthcare. We are the party of the Charter. We are the party of the Maple Leaf. We are the party of multiculturalism. We are the party of reconciliation. We are the party that fights climate change. And we are the party of national childcare. Et c'est grâce à vous.
And it's thanks to you. thanks to the members and Liberal supporters that always have the best ideas for Canada.
This country who dream big for Canada so that Liberal governments can deliver for Canadians. So tonight, whatever the result, we leave here proud Liberals, proud Canadians, and united so that we can take the fight to Pierre Poilievre, win the next election, and stand up for Canada. Merci tout le monde!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, that's the third of 4 candidates we are slated to hear from tonight. The last one we await is Mark Carney. I am here now with Anne McGrath, Principal Secretary to NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, Shakir Chambers, Conservative Strategist and Vice President at Oyster Group, and Brian Gallant, former Liberal Premier of New Brunswick, now CEO of Space Canada. Hi, guys.
Hello.
We're watching Mark Carney, Shakir, make his way into the room. I think the question on the mind of a lot of Canadians who are maybe not in this room is the degree to which this is a fait accompli. You've been walking around talking to people. What's your gut tell you?
I think it's over. I think everybody knows Mark Carney will be the next leader of the party. So they should just see what he says right now. But I think for the Conservatives, they've been gearing up for this. They know Mark Carney is going to be the next leader. So let's get it on and see how Pierre challenges Mark Carney as the leader of the party.
Brian, what are you looking for in the I mean, it's brief comments. It's an introductory moment for Mark Carney. But what are you looking for if this is a fait accompli for him in the message he delivers to the room and outside it?
Well, I wonder if Mark heard Shakir just say that he won. I mean, he's probably going to be a little more peppy, a little peppier during his speech. But I think for me, one of the biggest things is to see how the crowd reacts to all the other candidates, and more specifically, if we think Mr. Carney is going to win, then how people will react to him, to see if all the crowd, even those supporting others, will be pumped.
We'll listen in live right now.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada?
Qui est prêt?
Who's ready to help the Liberal Party win the most important election of our lives? We have to do this. Christa's ready. Frank's ready. Karina's ready. Everyone in this room's ready to do that.
C'est ça. We have to win this election. The big election. And we will stand shoulder to shoulder together to do it. Because the stakes have never been higher. You have just heard from my colleagues what we stand for as the Liberal Party. The Charter, healthcare, childcare, opportunity. We have made this the greatest country in the world. And now, our neighbors want to take us. No way. No way. Impossible. This party has more than quadrupled its membership in the past 2 months. More than 300,000 members. Old Liberals, and my definition of old has changed, but old Liberals coming back, members who've never been part of a party before, united with one purpose, which is to make Canada even greater pour tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes.
Greater for all Canadians.
Dernier mot. Whatever the result tonight, I'll be proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with my collègue candidat, working with you, with Liberal volunteers across this country in service of Canadians. Merci tout le monde. À bientôt. Vive le Canada.
Thank you, and long live Canada.
Introductory comments there from the final Liberal leadership candidate, Mark Carney as the program formally gets underway here, and we will be with you throughout that program and into, of course, the formal announcement of the leader this evening. Anne McGrath is sitting to my right. Anne, I wanted to get your impression on what we just heard from Mark Carney there. A bit of an extension of what he's been saying at some of his events, right? Just making it about the upcoming election, in his view, the sort of characterization of it as, like an election in a crisis, a very significant crisis.
Yeah, totally positioning himself and the party for the next campaign, which we expect to come fairly soon. I think that he is, probably anticipating a first ballot victory, probably needs a first ballot victory. And, I think that people, other parties will be looking at how big the number is. This is definitely a love-in.
And I want to ask you about, I'll ask you that as we talk about the opposition in a bit. I just also wanted to get your reaction. I thought one of the most interesting, sometimes pictures tell you a lot, right? In the enthusiasm with which Chrystia Freeland was clapping for Mark Carney says something.
Yes, I thought that was interesting as well.
Yeah.
As well as her intro music was quite interesting.
Man-Eater, her campaign theme song. Shakir, your thoughts on, I guess, the nature of what we've heard a lot from Carney lately, which is similar to what we're hearing from the Conservatives, right? In immediate framing around an election and the significance of this election versus other ones.
Yeah, I think for the Liberals, obviously they want to look forward to the next election. But I think on the Conservative side, they're actually saying, look back at the past 9 years. This is the Liberal Party of Canada. Sure, you're changing the leader, but it's still the party that over the last 9 years, whether it's doubling the debt, whether it's, breaking the immigration system, that's their narrative, right? Look forward to the election and say what you're going to do against Donald Trump, but let's not forget why we're here. We're here because your prime minister, your leader of the party had to step down because he was so unpopular because of the policies he was putting forth.
Brian, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that the Conservatives for 2 years, if not longer, have really just owned everything that would have gone out. They were winning almost every news cycle, and really most likely because of two major things happening. Trudeau announcing his resignation, of course, but then second, Trump in saying the things that he's saying that obviously all of the speakers tonight have addressed in their own way. So there's no question that that's going to continue to be the narrative, and it's one that has been very successful, and arguably it's still successful. They're still in the lead in the polls, but given the resignation, given what's going on with Trump, it's gotten a little tighter, and the Liberals feel like they're in a fighting distance at the moment.
Well, they certainly are, according to public opinion polling, right? And I wonder, from the NDP's perspective, it's a similar question to the Conservatives. Like, I think the NDP also want to remind people of Justin Trudeau's record in this election, but at the same time, it's hard not to put forward a message that addresses the massive crisis that we face vis-a-vis Donald Trump.
Absolutely. I think that Donald Trump is a big factor in this campaign, and I think that for us it's going to be about how do we have a progressive response, how do we have a united Canadian response, but also to put forward some of the more progressive things and not allow this crisis to become an opportunity to dismantle some of the things that are important to Canadians and that we have fought for a long time. So, we can't, people keep saying we're not going to be the 51st state, but that means maintaining a strong public health care system, maintaining childcare, dental care, all of the things that are really important to Canadians, I think are going to be important to continue to fight for, and not to give those things up as a way of appeasing Donald Trump and the American presidency.
A lot of what's happened, just to follow up with you, in public opinion polling, it's not everyone, but the majority I've looked at, show that a lot of the Liberals' gains have not necessarily, like the Conservatives have gone down, but much of what they've gained has come at the NDP's expense. I guess, how are you internalizing that, and what's the plan going forward?
Well, I have actually seen this picture before. I will remind some people that, when Paul Martin became leader of the Liberal Party, it was also a love-in, and the whole point of his leadership was to wipe out the NDP. And certainly when Stéphane Dion became leader, to everyone's surprise, actually, the NDP dropped to something like 10% the day after that. So it's not unusual in the kind of heat of a leadership for numbers to shift substantially. I think that if Mark Carney is the candidate that wins tonight, he will be a very conservative Liberal leader. And he has a record that, the media has been very good at pointing out, whether it's at Brookfield or other places, of really kind of tilting the balance towards investors and shareholders and corporate elites. And I think that we'll be pointing that out. I think that Canadians, by and large, are progressive. They're center left, and left. And so I think that we're going to have to point out that Mark Carney is a conservative Liberal leader with a record that he has to account for. And of course, we also have to remember, and I think this is really important, is that he's never held an elected position before. So he will be running his first campaign as the Liberal leader, having never actually run for election before.
Right into the fire, Brian, right? It will be interesting to see. We get an idea of how the NDP will frame him. We know how the Conservatives are framing him. How different will a campaign be? Which, by the way, I'm hearing could get started in a week and a day from today, versus the leadership race and the sort of scrutiny or lack thereof he's faced during that.
Look, I think Anne makes a lot of good points. One thing I would say is when I actually ran in the leadership myself, I didn't hold a seat. I had been involved in politics and volunteered and all that good stuff. I certainly hadn't been, I've been a candidate locally, but not to that extent. So I can say and I can attest that it's really good practice. So Carney certainly has gone through the fire a little bit. It's not the same as a campaign, though. That's a whole other level. There's no question about it. And look, Poilievre is a great politician. He's very effective communicator. Singh has been in elections, so he certainly knows what to expect. So that's definitely a vulnerability, and that's something I think that the party has been wondering about. And it looks like, from what we're hearing, it seems like and feels like Carney has done the campaign well enough that Liberals feel comfortable to give him the position. Obviously, we'll see the results, but with that, I will say that it is pretty good practice, and I think he's probably learned a lot over the last few weeks.
Shakir, your thoughts on that?
I think when you look at someone like Mark Carney, I mean, we see the momentum and the change in the polls, but I think those same polls show that a lot of Canadians still don't know who he is. And I think there's this kind of myth around Mark Carney, right, where he's kind of everything to everyone, says different things to different audiences, and he's been able to get away with that in the leadership race. You know, the people haven't been zeroed in on it. But I think in a general election, he's going to have to be more precise in what he says, and there's going to be a lot of questions that I'm not sure he can answer. If one thing we've seen with Mark Carney over the past 2 or 3 weeks is that he's prone to media gaffes, and that's not going to fly in a general election.
I'm going to pause there, and we are going to take a listen into our national anthem.
I encourage you all to sing along with me. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
a rendition there of "O Canada" from Miss McLeod. Our senior political correspondent, Mike Couteur, is on the floor in the middle of all the action. Mike, I can head over to you. I think you got Wayne Long with you.
Yeah, we got Wayne Long, MP for St. John Rothesay, outgoing MP, but that could change depending on the result tonight.
I'm rolling the dice. I said if Mark Carney wins, I'm going to get back. I'm motivated. I want him to win. I think it looks pretty good. We'll see what happens.
When you consider what you're hearing at the doorstep and in your riding, how are things changing in your mind?
It's unbelievable, the change in momentum. I mean, call myself a veteran. I was here since 2014, year before 2015's election. I've not seen momentum like this, even 14. People are coming up, people are calling the office, people are stopping us in the shopping malls and the bedways just saying, look, we know Mark Carney is the right guy to lead our party and to defend our country against Donald Trump. And, you know, I think a lot of people are scared. And Mark Carney's a bit of a security blanket. I mean, he's the smartest guy in the room. He's got the knowledge. He's got the policies. And I think he's just got the right moxie. He's not going to dominate a room. He's not going to, you know, dominate debates. But he knows what he's doing. And I know Canadians are flocking to him like I've never seen before. St. John Rothsay is alive and electric. And I really am looking forward to a future with Mark Carney.
How do you feel about this, considering you were so public about calling from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to step down to where we are now?
That's why I did it. That's why a group of us did it. We know we needed a change. And Mark, all these candidates, I mean, Karina, Chrétien, and Frank have all done a great job. But I think Mark has emerged as a true leader for the country, true leader for the Liberal Party. And that's what we needed. We needed to be re-energized, rebooted. I mean, look at this. This is electric. And I'm just excited for the future.
But still Mark or bust. If it's Ms. Freeland, if it's Ms. Gould, Mr. Baylis, it's either Mark or you're retired.
All my chips are on the table for Mark. It's Mark or bust. But I'm pretty confident we're going to have a Mark Carney as a leader and future Prime Minister of our country.
Appreciate it. Wayne Long.
Anytime.
Liberal MP for St. John Rothsay. Vassy, send it back up to you.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. That's Michael Couture with Wayne Long as a tribute video plays to outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. His daughter is set to introduce him. We're going to take a listen in as she does so. We anticipate after the outgoing Prime Minister speaks, we'll hear from former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, that is. Let's take a listen in live.
Hi, everyone. I've come here to talk to you about your Prime Minister, your leader, but to me, it's just Dad. Je crois qu'on sait tous que
I think we all know that being a Prime Minister is not the easiest job in the world. Long days of work, stress, media attention.
Not that easy to be the kid of a Prime Minister either. I've been trying hard to live the life of a normal teenager, but I think you can imagine it's not that simple of a task. La sécurité, les règles.
Security, rules, drama have all stopped me feeling free over the past few years. The number of times who spoke to me about him as if he wasn't my father. So that led me to doubt the integrity of some people.
Conversations with my dad about the difficult situations I've lived through, and he never failed to make me feel better. He listened, and more than that, I knew he heard me, he understood me, because he lived through all that. The only difference is that back then there was no social media. Imagine constantly seeing your dad or even news about him as you scroll through your feed. I gotta say, I'm looking forward to seeing more of him at home and less of him online. But I would never trade the last few years for anything. Dad, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud to have seen you fight for our country, for what you believe in, for what we in this room believe in. Fier de t'avoir vu.
Proud to have seen you fight for those in need.
I'm extremely grateful to have lived these experiences and grateful to those around me who have made it even just a little bit easier. Je suis tellement chanceuse d'avoir pu vivre.
I'm so lucky to have been able to experience so much, to meet so many extraordinary people, to see so many beautiful things and places.
Memories I've made, it be at Harrington Lake, on official trips, or even just at home. And I'm really looking forward to making some new memories of a different kind. My brothers and I have shared our dad with you for the past 12 years. Now we're taking him back. But before we do, I guess you can have him one last time. Please welcome your Prime Minister, my dad, Justin Trudeau.
Bonsoir, mes amis. Bonsoir, tout le monde. Hello, my friends. You know, as I look out across this room, I have just one question. How's the Liberal Party doing tonight?
Ella Grace, I know that these last few years haven't been easy for Sav, Adrienne, yourself. Thank you for having been so patient with me, even when I was stressed, when I was traveling too much, when I couldn't think about anything other than work. But please know that in the most difficult times, you inspired me. You gave me courage. You reminded me that I should focus on what was really important and not what was just urgent. Being Prime Minister of this country has been the honor of my life, but I'm so looking forward to redevoting myself to my most important role, that of father. I'm proud of the three of you, and I love you above all.
Now, sit down. Now, I can imagine that you're all expecting me to stand up and talk about all that we've accomplished together. And don't get me wrong, I am damn proud of what we've done over these past 10 years for the middle class and people working hard to join it. But tonight is about our future as a party, as a country. Now, I know that we as Liberals, as a government, often get criticized by our friends for not taking a victory lap after we get something big done. We do something really big, and then we move on right away to the next challenge. Because as progressives, as Liberals, we know there is always more to do. So it is important to take the time to reflect on and share the big successes. But not tonight. Not tonight, because when Liberals gather, we're always focused on just one thing: the work that still needs to be done to build a country that stays worthy of all Canadians. And simply put, that's the work of a lifetime for each and every one of us. It's very simple. Liberals are dedicated to making this country even better, not because we think it's broken, but because we have an opportunity and therefore a responsibility to ensure that Canada stays the best country on earth. Now, these past 10 years have been challenging. Crisis after crisis has been thrown at Canadians. But through every crisis, Canadians have shown who they are. We've pulled together. We've stood up for each other, and every single time, we've emerged even stronger. And now, as Canadians face from our neighbor an existential challenge, an economic crisis, Canadians are showing exactly what we are made of. Canadians are showing what it is that makes us Canadians, not by defining ourselves by who we're not, but by proudly embracing who we are. We're a country that knows that standing up for everyone's fundamental rights is the only way to protect our freedom. We're a country that believes no one should be left behind and that everyone should have a real and fair shot at success. We're a country that refuses to accept the false choice between a strong economy and a healthy environment. We're a country that embraces reconciliation and Indigenous peoples as true partners because it is the only path to a shared, prosperous future.
We are a country that promotes its culture and protects its heritage. We're a country that breathes life into the French language and is heard across the world. We're a country that celebrates its diversity and draws strength from its differences.
We're a country that celebrates the right of each and every person to be who they want to be, to pray as they pray, and love whom they love. We're a country that will always defend a woman's right to choose. And we're a country that will be diplomatic when we can, but fight when we must, elbows up. But you here in this room and our fellow Liberals watching across the country, you know all about fighting with grit, with determination when the going gets tough. You remember where we were 15 years ago with just 35 seats in the House. You remember our ups and downs and all those times that people counted us out, all the times they said our party was on its last breath. Like all Canadians, it's when you try to count us out that we Liberals show our true mettle.
You showed this in 2015, 2019, and again in 2021. You mobilized. You knocked on doors. You did it in the rain, in a heat wave, in the freezing cold. You did it in the middle of a pandemic, wearing a mask. You fought for your country, and you changed it for the better. You know, a party is more than just a name, a logo, a leader. It's all about you. You who carry the hopes of Canadians day in, day out. A country is more than a flag and a territory. It's a vision which is built gradually, day after day, between friends and neighbours. And I'd like to thank all those who have been there to build this vision together. I'm thinking here about my first volunteers 18 years ago, those who have been there since the start. Rennes, Louis-Alexandre, Stavroula, and others, so many others. I'm thinking about the grocery store parking lot in Papineau, when we talk to people to rally them to our cause, to our movement.
Also thinking of two friends in particular who've been there with me and for me every step of the way for close to 20 years. The extraordinary Adam Scotty and the unstoppable Katie Telford. Now, as I look at all of you in this room, no speech could be enough to thank you all as much as I'd like to, as much as you should be. I can't even offer you a well-deserved break because, once again, we need you. Your country needs you maybe more than ever. And I have no doubt that you will answer the call because you've done it before. Liberals will meet this moment. And make no mistake, this is a nation-defining moment. Democracy is not a given. Freedom is not a given. Even Canada is not a given. None of those happen by accident. None of them will continue without effort. It takes courage. It takes sacrifice. It takes hope and hard work. "60 years ago, standing atop Parliament Hill, Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson first raised our beautiful maple leaf into the Canadian sky. It was much debated at the time, but Pearson knew well what we all know now, that our flag would serve as a unifying symbol that would define the next chapters in our national story. 60 years later, there are still so many more chapters to write. And I can tell you, the world is looking to see what Canadians will do. So let us not dwell on all the great things we've achieved over the past 10 years. Let us aspire instead to achieve even more over the next 10 years and the decades to come. Let us remain steadfast, defiant, and united. And let us not just think about our party, let us prove our love of country. As your leader, as your Prime Minister, I have done my level best each and every single day to help build a country that stays worthy of all Canadians. I've done it for Xavier, for Ella Grace and Hadrian. And I've done it for your kids too. And I've done it with you. And although you'll always find me alongside you, cheering along, their future and your future is now in your hands. Merci, mes amis. Merci pour tout.
Outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau with two of his kids there making his farewell address to Liberals who have assembled. We're waiting now for former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, and your thoughts on that speech.
Well, I thought it was a good speech. I mean, he hit on all the right notes. He went back to some early slogans: hope and hard work, middle class and those working hard to reach it, all of those kinds of things. And you would have to have a heart of stone not to have been moved by his daughter Ella Glaze's introduction. I thought it was a good introduction, and I thought that the speech was fitting for a leader who is stepping aside.
And here's Mr. Chrétien making his way out. Brian, your thoughts as he gets his way? Oh, actually, I might not have time. He moves pretty quick.
He's going to jump right into it, I have no doubt.
Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. Let's take a listen in.
Monsieur le Premier Ministre Trudeau.
Prime Minister Trudeau, candidates, the President of the party, ministers and MPs, good evening. This is an exceptional opportunity for me to be here this evening. This is my ninth Liberal convention that I participated in. And it's the 7th time that I've spoken at the podium. I would have never thought that I could do it at 91. I'm still ready to fight. I have fight in me yet.
So many young people in the room today. It reminds me of my first Liberal convention when I was the president of the Young Liberals at Laval University. In 1958, when Lester Pearson was elected Liberal leader. In 1958, not many of you were born. And he then became a very good prime minister. I have kept coming to Liberal Convention for 68 years. I have kept coming back to Liberal Convention because of what the Liberal Party stands for. I have kept coming back because of what the Liberal Party has delivered to make the lives of Canadians better. And I am here today because it is the Liberal Party that can best deliver the better lives for Canadians in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. It is the Liberal Party that has given Canadians the Canadian Pension Plan and Medicare, the Charter of Rights and Freedom, the 2 official languages that put the Indigenous rights into the Canadian Constitution, brought in tough gun control laws, affirmative action. We have always supported women's right to choose. We are the party who led the way to permit, the second party in the country in the world to permit same-sex marriage. The party is the party of diversity, equality, tolerance, openness, and inclusiveness. We Liberals call it the very essence of Canada. And it is the Liberal Party that gave us the red maple leaf flag 60 years ago, which flew so proudly in homes across the country on the 14th of February to demonstrate our patriotism and love for Canada. I want to say a special thank you to former Prime Ministers Joe Clark, Harper, Martin, Campbell, for coming together with me to rally Canadians across the land to show the Canadian flag with pride, with a lot of pride. But tonight, I want to pay tribute to Justin Trudeau. I want to pay tribute to him for taking the Liberal Party from third place to government and three successive election victories. I want to pay tribute to what he and his team have accomplished. Canadian Child Benefit, to reduce the poverty for the children in Canada. The $10 child care that opened the labor market to so many women. For the dental plan for low-income Canadians. For all the work they've done on the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, these are liberal policies. And let's talk about the economic reality of the moment now. Because Canada has done well. This, I'm telling you, as I've said so many times, Canada is not broken. Despite the attacks by the critics, Canada has the lowest deficit per capita in the G7. More than 5 times lower than in the United States. For the lowest debt per capita in the G7. And in fact, the payment on the interest of the debt today is only 11% for each dollar of tax we pay, and compared to what we got when we formed the government in 1993, we were obliged to pay 35 cents in every tax dollar. That was a little problem the Tories left to me. And we balanced the books. We took that mess from the Tories and we balanced the books. And we had 10 years of surplus. And the Tories came back to power and we went back in debt. Now inflation is 1.9% in Canada. It's 3.2% and increasing south of the border. You know, I spend my life talking about job creations. Now the problem, we're looking for manpower. It's a difficult problem, but it's better than the reverse. You know, I want to pay tribute to the government, to Mr. Trudeau, and to all the provincial governments for the fact that they have been with the municipalities to put together the best program on the pandemic that we face, better than any other country in the world. Our debt rate was less than half of the United States. Today, as a party, we're choosing a new leader. a leader who will assume the mantle of Laurier and King, Saint Laurent and Pearson, Trudeau's father, Trudeau the son, who has with him a very beautiful daughter. You know, I'm old enough to say that. and myself. And that is very important. I want to take this moment to say how impressed I am by the quality of the candidates whose names are on the ballot tonight. It makes me very, very proud to be a Liberal. Et maintenant, parlons.
And now, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The long and fruitful friendship with the Americans, built over decades, which is falling apart before our eyes, and is becoming something which is difficult to name. Mutual respect, trust, reciprocal cooperation, friendship, which have long characterized our relationship, are now giving way to wariness and more open hostility from the Trump administration towards our country. This is something we've never seen, but this is something that Canadians don't understand, and I think the majority of Americans don't understand it either, without mentioning the rest of the planet. Why? Well, why? Historians, journalists, university researchers and experts in international politics are trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. Well, in Canada, our elbows are up. We're working together to unite, to deal with this threat, the threat to our economy and our sovereignty. In other words, our very existence as a country. At the beginning of the week, tariffs became a reality, and there will only be losers if you measure it in financial terms alone. But for Canadians, it's more than that. It's more than money that's at stake here. We love our country and our independence. We love who we are because we're unique in the world.
To the Trudeau government and all the Premier for the way they have led Canada in the last few weeks in confronting the menace imposed on us. With tariffs completely unjustified. Governments have absolutely right in retaliating as they have, and I congratulate all of them. If it is necessary, the governments altogether can consider going further, anything the Americans where it really hurts, by imposing an export tax on oil, gas, potash, steel, aluminum, and electricity. And we'll use that money to build infrastructure that are needed in Canada. For example, to build a pipeline for natural gas from Alberta to Quebec. Alberta, the family of my mother, and Quebec of my father. So, you know, I think that if we do that, that will keep the steel workers working in Canada for a long time. And I could go on and on, but I'm limited in time. So, the world has lived for 80 years with a rule-based order that has brought us peace and prosperity. It has enabled the United States to be the strongest, the most powerful country in the world. It has allowed all of us to sleep well every night. And now, Donald Trump has decided to throw it all out the window. We are going to be living very difficult time, but I'm very confident that the next Prime Minister will work with the premiers, the leaders of all the political parties in the House of Commons, and allies around the world to stand together to meet the challenges that Mr. Trump is creating for the whole world. And perhaps, speaking of the president, it is time for a little history lesson for him. Probably does not realize that in 1776, Benjamin Franklin spent a year in Montreal trying to convince the people to join the American Revolution. And he was told by the Francophone, non merci. And they were right. Look what happened to the French language in Louisiana. The Loyalists left the USA to come back to Upper Canada and the Atlantic. And the Francophone and Lower Canada, together they built our independent country. During the War of 1812, Americans came to what is known Canada on a mission of conquest. They were defeated by Colonel de Salaberry in what is now Quebec, and by leaders like the great indigenous chief Tecumseh in what is now Ontario. And I don't know, apparently some burned the White House at that time. But I'm too old to do it. No, it's a joke. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have been friend and good neighbor with our southern neighbors. But we must stand up for ourselves. Historically, despite our friendship, we have had problems, but we always found a way to solve them. We have worked with and collaborated with the United States in the past, and I'm telling you, we will do so in the future. We are good neighbors and friends. We are good neighbors and friends, but we are proud and independent country. But sometimes one must stand up for Canada. We must always be vigilant. And I did so as minister and as prime minister. Way back in 1968, when the Americans sent a ship, the Manhattan, with no Canadian flag through our Northern Passage, they wanted to prove that the passage was international water. As Minister of Northern Affairs, I flew to Pond Inlet at the northern extremity of Baffinland to confront them. I was on the Louis Saint-Laurent icebreaker. I called the captain. I said I will be there in an hour. And it's better to have the Canadian flag at the mast. I took... When I arrived, there was the Canadian flag at the mast. And I had a big smile. You know, we had other problems of the same nature. You remember Newfoundland, the so-called fish war, when we arrested Este, when my friend Tobin made a great show at the UN with the illegal nets, and we were successful. They changed the international laws after that because there was a problem that needed to be fixed. And I'm quite proud of it, and it was quite a time. Yeah. I was traveling in the West. I came back. It was Holy Week. So it was a Thursday, Holy Week. So my wife said, we'll have a good rest for the weekend. And I said, perhaps not, because I'm declaring war to Spain. She did not sleep. But, you know, we had another problem on the West Coast. You know, we have Vancouver Island, the mainland, and Canadian waters. And the fishermen from Oregon and Washington State were going to Alaska, but they were not respecting our water. So we threatened them to block the passage on Canadian water and force them to go in the high seas. It was a very difficult problem. The senator of Alaska said it was almost a question of war. So I discussed that, and I talked with my friend Bill Clinton, and he said, it's out of Canada, there's not much I can do. I said, if you cannot do something, I will do something. And they were forced to respect our laws. Some were taken to courts, and after that, the problem was solved because we stood for us strongly. But for 8 years, I was a colleague of Bill Clinton, and he would always say that Canada was his best ally, and that I was a very good friend, and we still are very good friends. But we worked together, and we found solutions together. And it's just what happened in the future, too. We always been good neighbors with anybody. So I was proud, too, when I was Prime Minister, and I had to say no to the participation in the American invasion of Iraq. That decision told the United States and the world that Canada is a proud, independent country. Of course, the business community was very nervous. They were afraid of retaliation. So I told them, okay, give me the list of all the goods and all the services that the Americans are buying from us because they like us. I've not received the list yet. So, you know, we will work in collaboration with them. But, you know, they have to understand, and everybody understand, that we are a very proud country. And for me, I can tell you that sometimes I can say this, from one old guy to another old guy. Stop this nonsense. Canada will never join the United States. I can tell you that my parents were not millionaires from New York. They were workers from Shawinigan. But my mother taught us good manners. She would have been ashamed of me if I had treated anyone the way that the president treated my prime minister and the president in Ukraine in the last few weeks. The reason we don't want to become American is because our values as Canadians. We are proud Canadians, and yes, we owe a debt of recognition to Mr. Trump. He has united us as never before. So I want to say thank you to him. And I think I will propose him for the Order of Canada. I'm just kidding. Mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I was Prime Minister, I would travel across the world. I went to the UN, to the G7, to NATO, to the Commonwealth, to the Francophonie, and to all sorts of international meetings on the 5 continents. When I came back to Canada, each time I would say that the job of being Prime Minister is perhaps the easiest of any country in the world. Canada is the country that works the best, I think, much better than any other country in the world.
There are millions and millions of human beings from all over the world who would like to come and become Canadian citizens. There was a survey not long ago. They were asking the people, where would you want to go if you had to start again your life? And Canada was number 1. Why? Is because Canada is the land of freedom. Canada is the land of opportunity, the land of generosity, the land of tolerance, the land of stability, the land of rule of law. It is our land that is the envy of the world. Canada will continue to rise true north, strong and free. Nobody will starve us into submission because Canada is and will remain the best country in the world. Vive le Canada!
Prime Minister Jean Chrétien there addressing supporters in the room. Shakir Chambers, Brian Gallant, and Anne McGrath with me. Brian, your thoughts on that as we now count down to the announcement of a new leader?
Yeah, I mean, Chrétien is always a fan favorite for Liberals, but I think Liberals also see him as a fan favorite for Canadians. I think that he sort of gives this sense of, as Anne was saying, a centrist Liberal who did many important social issues, advanced them in his tenure, and certainly somebody that was able to grow the economy and also get the finances in order. So not only does he get people riled up in a Liberal convention, but he also, I think the party hopes will sort of bring that reminiscent to Canadians about what he was able to accomplish.
If you're just joining us now, that's the president of the Liberal Party as we count down to expecting the results of the evening. It was a ranked ballot, Shakir. Equal weighting per riding. I'm going to keep one ear tuned to the floor to listen in there. Your thoughts on what we've heard so far and looking ahead to the announcement?
I think when I look at Prime Minister Trudeau's speech, I think it's easy when someone leaves a prominent role to have selective memory and talk about only the positive things. But I think there's a lot of things that Prime Minister Trudeau left out that were disastrous for Canadians, and I think Conservatives will kind of point those things out. I think when we look at the results coming up, I mean, as I said earlier, Mark Carney is going to win this. If he's not on the first ballot, I'm pretty sure he's everybody else's second choice, so it should be wrapped up pretty quickly. And like I said, let's get it on to the general election.
Can we talk a little bit about, Anne, is there a difference between if this is a first ballot win for Mr. Carney or if it takes a few? I think outward?
Yeah, I think it has to be a first ballot victory. And in a ranked ballot, I mean, I think a lot of Liberals were probably pretty impressed by some of the other candidates as well and would have placed them second. So I think it has to be a first ballot victory. And you know, like, this is a leadership convention. Leadership conventions are an exciting moment for party members and for activists. And this convention is, you know, kind of gathering all that emotional energy. And the hard work begins tomorrow, because I think it will be probably Mark Carney, and he's going to have a record that he has to defend of his own, and he's going to have to be let out of the bubble, and we're going to have to find out whether or not he can withstand the heat of partisan politics.
Yeah, does essentially this part of the cycle, once this announcement is made, Brian, and right away, do you anticipate we're headed into what is more formally an election cycle, even if it's a week or 2 weeks before a campaign starts?
Yes, but I mean, we can't ignore the fact that there's also the whole idea of him being sworn in as Prime Minister, which I'm guessing will be very quick.
Very quick this week, yeah.
So,
as soon as Tuesday, I hear, yeah.
So, I mean, in the normal course of things, he would be getting a bunch of briefing binders to know what's going on and decisions that need to be made. And then, obviously, in parallel to that, he has to decide when we go into an election, or if he wants to go to Parliament. But I think we're all hearing that there most likely would be an early election in a matter of weeks. So it's going to be a lot for him, because there are probably going to be some things he needs to decide and bring cabinet together. He'll probably want to bring the other first ministers, the premiers, together as well to discuss the trade conflict. So there's going to be a lot coming at him in short order.
Just quickly before I move on to Shakir, galvanizing for the party to have, in particular, outgoing Prime Minister Trudeau here, as well as Jean Chrétien. I mean, 2 months ago, I'm not sure if you would have assembled a similar lineup. Like, there was even speculation as a month ago that Justin Trudeau wouldn't be here tonight.
Look, I think no matter what, the party is going to want to thank any leader that has represented the party, and I think anybody that has certainly served as the Prime Minister will get that recognition. And there's been a bit of a bounce back, and frankly, you have to look at the polls. I mean, Liberals are still behind, sure, but with Trudeau as a leader, they did bounce back a bit. So I think people are feeling a little more comfortable with the idea for the politics and the PR of it to have him celebrated and thanked. And certainly I think they're all very eager as well, though, to hear who the winner is and hear the ultimate speech from whoever the winner is.
It's so interesting if you look back on the campaign, like so many others that we were referencing earlier. I remember watching, like, in my living room in 2005 when I was just a kid in my 20s, all the ballots and all the intrigue and who was negotiating with who and the surprise at the end of the day. Like, this is essentially the opposite of that.
Yeah, that intrigue is not there. And I mean, I would argue this leadership race, generally speaking, has been largely a non-event for a lot of people. And I say it in the sense of, you don't have that same feel of a general election where you have lawn signs out. I think for a lot of folks, that I've been saying, that the outcome was kind of predetermined, if you will. It was a foregone conclusion. And again, this is a matter for the internal workings of the Liberal Party. So I don't see that same excitement outside of this room that Brian is talking about. And we'll see if, they can carry this kind of momentum outside of the Liberal Party and have the broader Canadian audience kind of be motivated and excited about Mark Carney once he wins.
The only caveat I would add to that, maybe that, could be something to watch going forward, is I do think that in general, there is a really high level of engagement among Canadians, not particularly for any one political party's own internal workings, but for the issues that we face at this one moment in time.
100%. There's an existential threat coming from the
everyone's
from the
talking
Trump
about
presidency.
it.
Absolutely, and people are buying Canadian. People are looking for ways to contribute in their own way. So absolutely, Trump is a key figure in this election that's coming up. Tonight is, as I said, it's the party faithful. It's a little bit like an awards ceremony where all the runners-up jump to their feet and applaud, which we will see when the announcement happens, I'm sure.
Brian, when you think about the Carney candidacy in particular, and then Freeland, Gould, the race for second place, will you be watching that at all to see if Gould is able to eclipse Freeland and what that says?
Well, let me start off by saying I do agree with Shakir in the sense that I don't think this leadership got as much attention as maybe some others would, only because first off it was shorter, but second off, how can you take up any of the oxygen when Trump is taking all of it? So I think that's probably not great for the party overall, but if it is Carney the candidate, maybe, as we were discussing earlier, maybe it's not so bad that he was able to go a little more under the radar and practice being a politician a little bit. And in terms of second place, yeah, I think so. I mean, Karina Gould certainly, in the eyes of many here, and I'm sure a lot of her supporters, is sort of the future of the party. So I think people are excited about her candidacy and just her playing a role within the party for years to come. And Freeland, I think that would be certainly a bit of a difficult day or difficult night, to say the least, if she wasn't able to at least finish second. But she seems to be a team player, at least so far tonight. So I'm sure she'll be happy to support whoever the winner is.
In addition to the very imminent possibility of a swearing in for Mark Carney, there's going to be a swearing in for cabinet. My understanding is as soon as this week as well, Shakir, which brings me to the question of Chrystia Freeland, right? Who yes, is showing herself tonight to be very supportive. But if Mark Carney's desire is to deliver a message of change or attempt to, it would be difficult to keep her on the front bench. I don't think as hard with the other candidates, but it might be difficult with her.
Yeah, I think if you want to make a clean break from Justin Trudeau, having her in cabinet in a prominent role becomes very problematic. And I would question, if she's not in a prominent role, does she even run again for the party, right? Does she just say, you know what, I've done enough, let's move on? So it'll be interesting to see how Mark Carney handles the Chrystia Freeland question.
I'm just going to listen in very quickly to the stage, because I think the president of the party is about to get into, I'm trying to listen with one part of my ear, but about to get into the announcement of the results. So we'll just take a listen in for a moment. I believe the results will be read by the individual, or at least are coming up. So let's take a look in.
Now I have the pleasure to invite Beatrice Keller-Dufour, who has been acting as Chief Electoral Officer for the vote and has worked to protect the integrity of the process. Beatrice, over to you.
Thank you. A reminder that the winner must receive more than 50% of the points allocated in a ballot to win. The following are the results of the first ballot with 151,899 votes cast. In fourth place, Frank Baylis with 4,038 votes, resulting in 1,014 allocated points, representing 3% of the vote. In third place, Karina Gould with 4,785 votes, resulting in 1,100 allocated points, representing 3.2% of the vote. In second place, Chrystia Freeland with 11,134 votes, resulting in 2,729 allocated points, representing 8% of the vote. In first place, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, with 131,674 votes, resulting in 29,457 allocated points, representing 85.9% of the vote.
And there you have it, the announcement of the Liberal Party's new leader, Mark Carney, on a decisive first ballot win, garnering almost 86% of the vote. His competitors, nowhere even close. Chrystia Freeland, former finance minister, with 8% of the vote, and both Karina Gould and Frank Baylis with each about 3% of the vote. And this is Mark Carney now shaking hands with his supporters. We do anticipate we'll hear from Carney tonight. Michael Couture, our senior political correspondent, is amidst the crowd as they celebrate their new leader on the floor. Mike, can you hear me? I'm going to send it over to you. What's it like there?
Yeah, Vassy, certainly jubilant. I think when everybody heard where Chrystia Freeland placed, they started to do the math and start to understand what was happening here. And certainly the eruption of applause on the floor here. And you see a lot of these signs now with Carney popping up around everybody, with a lot of screams, of course, and really excited and invigorated now when you consider where they're going to be now. And that this is a very strong mandate, overwhelming, as you had said as well. And certainly the excitement on the floor is palpable. Vassy?
Thanks, Mike. And we'll throw it over to the stage where Mark Carney's daughter, Cleo, will introduce him.
Thank you. And good evening. Bonsoir. I'm going to try and deliver this speech with as much grace and poise as Ella Grace. I, too, am introducing my father tonight because I want Canadians to understand what kind of a man he is. And who is better qualified to speak on his character than his daughter? My father is, to his core, a man of commitment. I don't just mean that in a general sense. He is unflinchingly dedicated to what matters, focused and principled, funny and kind. Canadians care about actions, and my father is a man of action, a man who has traveled the length of Canada to hear what Canadians want from their leaders, what they want for their future. He's up early to read his papers and stays up late preparing for the next day. He has taught me the importance of always putting in the work. But you can work hard all you want. If you don't have a solid foundation, there's nothing to build on. And that's what I really want to share with you tonight, the foundation that makes my father who he is. He is unwaveringly supportive of the things he cares about. Every year for our birthdays, he burned us CDs, and somehow they were good. Sometimes now, when we don't know what to get him, we make him a playlist. He cheered me on in the freezing cold at my cross-country races. He sat for hours to help me with my math homework, persevering until I understood. I can tell you that I appreciate this more in hindsight than I did at the time. In all seriousness, my dad invests in what matters. He expects nothing to come without hard work, and he is always ready to work hard. The bottom line is, however hard things may seem, he shows up and never lets you down. He has and always will show up for you, for Canadians, and for Canada, because he cares about this great country. Now, my father, your new Liberal leader, and the 24th Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. Merci.
Prime Minister, I think it's clear we should just skip a generation. Alors, bonsoir tout le monde. Wow. This room is strong. This room is Canada strong. Thank you, Cleo. Thank you, Cleo. And to my wife, Diana, our children, Cleo, Tess, Amelia, and Sasha. Without your support, I wouldn't be standing here. And like the Prime Minister, without your examples, I wouldn't have a purpose. And without your love, I wouldn't have the strength that I need for what lies ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chrétien, you still know how to energize the Liberal Party supporters like no one else can do it. You took courageous and historic decisions. You showed our allies that Canada will always stand up for what is just and fair. You're a source of inspiration for all Canadians across the land.
I say that you inspired my family to become Liberals, including my father to run as a Liberal candidate in Alberta in the 1980s. Some elections are tougher than others. And you inspired me. You inspired me over the years. And now to have an opportunity to continue your tradition of fiscal responsibility, social justice, and international leadership. Prime Minister Trudeau, my time doesn't permit me to recognize all of your accomplishments, so I'll speak at a higher level. You have combined strength and compassion every day as a fighter for Canada. You have led us through some of the hardest challenges that this nation has ever faced.
At the same time, you have transformed Canada. You've transformed it. You've lifted hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. By moving reconciliation forward and by defending freedom and democracy here and across the world. Prime Minister, I think I am speaking for everyone here when I thank you for your hard work. As Ella Grace said, your hard work, for your leadership, and for your service to our great country. And I'd also like to thank you, Liberals, for having awarded me the greatest honor possible, which is to serve as your new leader. Thank you.
Et merci, merci.
I'd like to thank the tens of thousands of volunteers across the country who have devoted themselves to rebuilding our country and to giving back hope to our country.
I pledge to you and to all Canadians that I will follow their example. I will work day and night with one purpose, which is to build a stronger Canada for everyone. But I will need help. I will need a lot of help. And so I'd like to thank Chrétien, Frank, and Karina for your energy and ideas and leadership that you have brought to this campaign. And I would like also to thank those ministers who remained in their posts to serve Canada directly during this time of great peril. And to the incredible group of Liberal MPs that we have, you are the voices for your communities, and you are the conscience of our party. Thank you for your service. Now, to give a sense of that service, I'm going to quote from a message that I and Chrétien and Karina and Frank, the four of us, received from someone called Bob Zettel. Now, Bob, full disclosure, I know the leader of the opposition's into full disclosure, so I'm going to full disclosure. Full disclosure. Just want to get this on the table. Bob goes to my church. Actually, I go to Bob's church because he goes there a lot more frequently than I do. Anyways, point is, Bob wrote to the four candidates, and he said, I quote, "Right now, everyone sees the main threat as the Trump tariffs. But the far greater challenge will be, as it always has been, to foster unity and a sense of the common good. There are those who will seek power by dividing us." We'll get to that later on. And we being the people of Canada, we need you, my fellow candidates, myself, to continue in positions of leadership to promote a united Canada, a commitment to common good and the respect and the rule of law throughout the world. See, I quote Bob because right now all Canadians are being asked to serve in their own ways. We're all being called to stand up for each other and for the Canadian way of life. So let me ask you, who's ready? Pierre Claire. Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? 100%. Yes. Yes. Yes, Canada. Yes, Canada. The Liberal Party is united and strong and ready to fight to build an even better country. Now, I feel like everything in my life has helped prepare me for this moment. 2 months ago, I put up my hand to run for leader because I felt we needed big changes, but big changes guided by strong Canadian values. The values I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verly, and my 3 siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned at the hockey rinks of Edmonton from my coaches, such as Stormin Norman Lee. He exists. We didn't call him that to his face, by the way, but that was his. My parents were teachers, and they stressed the importance of hard work, of community, and of tolerance. My coaches were dedicated volunteers who taught me the importance of teamwork, ambition, and because it's Canada, humility. Les bonnes valeurs.
The right values, Canadian values. I took them with me to university, and I kept them close to me when I was called upon to manage crises here in Canada and across the world. These same values have guided me in my work to build strong economies. And today, I will use those values again as we face this most serious crisis in a generation.
Know that new threats demand new ideas and a new plan. They know that new challenges demand new leadership. Canadians want positive leadership that will end division and help us build together. And to respond, my government will put into action our plan to build a stronger economy, to create new trading relationships with reliable trading partners, and to secure our borders. Pour être clair.
To be clear here, this will require change, big change. But I know that Canadians are ready. They've told me so across the country. People want change because they're concerned. They're concerned about the cost of living and the housing crisis as well. They're worried for the future of their young, their kids. They're worried about the future of Canada in the face of President Trump's threats and a more divided and dangerous world.
Now, I am a pragmatist above all. So when I see that something's that's not working, I will change it. So my government will immediately eliminate the divisive consumer carbon tax on families and farmers and small and medium-sized businesses. And we will stop the hike in the capital gains tax because we think builders should be incentivized for taking risks and rewarded when they succeed. Canada needs more of this type of change. Change that puts more money in people's pockets. Change that makes our companies more competitive. Change that builds the strongest economy in the G7. Now, there's someone who's trying to do the opposite. There's someone who's trying to weaken our economy. Yeah, Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, as we know, has put, as the Prime Minister just said, unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed. And we won't. We won't. I am proud of the response of Canadians who are making their voices heard and their wallets felt. I am grateful for how our provinces are stepping up to the fight, because when we are united, we are Canada strong. The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. And my government will keep our tariffs on until the Americans show us respect. And until they can join us in making credible and reliable commitments to free and fair trade, as Chrétien did. Yeah. And in the meantime, we will ensure that all the proceeds from our tariffs will be used to protect our workers.
Now, the Americans, they want our resources, our water, our land, our country even. Never. Think about that for a moment. That will destroy our way of life.
Want our resources, our water, our land, our country. Think about it. If they succeeded, they would destroy our way of life. In America, healthcare is a big business. In Canada, it is a right. Thank you. America is a melting pot. Canada is a mosaic.
In the U.S., differences are not respected or recognized. First Nations aren't recognized. And the French language would never have any rights. The joie de vivre culture and the French language are part of our identity. And we must protect that. We must promote that as well. We'll never give them up for any trade agreement.
Yeah. Look, America is not Canada. And Canada never, ever will be part of America in any way, shape, or form. Look, we didn't ask for this fight. We didn't ask for this fight. But Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. So the Americans, they should make no mistake, in trade as in hockey, Canada will win.
Now, to Americans, I say to you, as in hockey, we will win.
Mais cette victoire.
But that victory won't be easy. We're facing the greatest crisis of our lifetimes. We have to do extraordinary things, and together. We have to build things that we've never imagined we would have to do at a pace we would have never believed possible. And above all, we must place people above money. We have to unite to build the strongest, the fairest, and the freest country in the world.
Now, Donald Trump is trying to weaken our economy. But there's someone else who, if he succeeds, will weaken our economy. It's Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre just doesn't get it. He is the type of lifelong politician, and I've seen this type around the world, a lifelong politician who worships at the altar of the free market despite never having made a payroll himself. And now, in the face of President Trump's threats, Pierre Poilievre still refuses to get his security clearance. At a time when our national security is under threat as has never been before. At a time of immense economic insecurity, he would undermine the Bank of Canada. Monsieur Poilievre
has called for the shutting down of CBC at a time when disinformation and foreign interference are on the march. He insults our mayors and ignores the First Nations when it's time to build. He intends to put an end to international aid when democracy and human rights are in danger across the world. And he will also allow our planet to burn.
Poilievre would let our planet burn. This is not leadership. It's ideology. It's ideology that betrays what we as Canadians value, each other. It's an ideology that also represents a fundamental misunderstanding of how the economy works. Now, unlike Pierre Poilievre, I've actually worked in the private sector. I know how the world works, and I know how it can be made to work better for all of us. And that knowledge is especially useful now in the service of Canadians when we must build a new economy and create new trading relationships. Let me tell you something else that we know that Pierre Poilievre doesn't. We know that markets don't have values, people do. And we know as Liberals that it's our job to make markets, to make the economy work for all Canadians. These are the most powerful tool we've ever invented. They can find solutions to our greatest problems. And when the private sector, when the markets are governed well, they deliver great jobs and stronger growth faster than anything. But markets are also indifferent to human suffering, and they are blind to our greatest needs. So when they're not governed well, or not at all, they will deliver enormous wealth for the lucky few and hard times for the rest. And in this crisis, we must help those who are hit hardest by the American tariffs while we build our strength here at home. That's the right thing to do. That's the fair thing to do. That is the Canadian thing to do. That is what makes us strong. So Donald Trump thinks he can weaken us with his plan to divide and conquer. Pierre Poilievre's plan will leave us divided and ready to be conquered. Because a person who worships at the altar of Donald Trump will kneel before him, not stand up to him. Pierre Poilievre's slogans are not solutions. His anger is in action. His division is in strength. Division won't win a trade war. Division won't pay the rent or the mortgage. Division won't bring down the price of groceries. Division won't make Canada strong. Voilà où mène la...
This is where negative politics and division and anger takes us. Half of the U.S. fears the other half. They're wary of each other. We can't allow such a situation to occur here in Canada. The Americans are increasingly divided, and this will weaken them. And we will win this fight if we are united and strong. Yes, we might disagree over policy. We might disagree over hockey. You can support the Oilers in Ottawa. That's possible. It's a free country, after all. But when it comes to Canada, we're all on the same side. Let's choose to be strong. Canada strong.
Now, I've learned a few things from long experience in crises. And the first is that plan beats no plan. And you need to distinguish what you can change from what you can't. We can't change Donald Trump. Can't change him. Nous devons comprendre ce que...
But we have to understand what we can and we must change. We are masters in our own house.
And we can. And because we're masters in our own home, we can control our economic destiny with a plan that puts more money in your pockets. A plan that will ensure your government spends less so Canada can invest more. A plan that builds millions of homes. A plan that makes us an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. A plan that creates new trade corridors with reliable partners. A plan that creates one Canadian economy, not 13. Because in Canada, we are stronger when we're united. We can give ourselves far, far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. But it will take extraordinary efforts. It won't be business as usual. We will have to do things we haven't imagined before at speeds we didn't think possible. We will do it. We will do it for the common good so that everyone benefits. You know, I do care about the economy. But it's not because I'm an economist. It's because I care about people. That's why I'm a Liberal. That's why we are Liberals. On sait.
It's clear that the value of a strong economy starts with the workers who have good, well-paying jobs today and who have better futures for them and for today's youth. We know as Liberals that we can't redistribute what we don't have. We also know that we can't be strong abroad if we're weak at home. We also know that we cannot build a better future if we're unable to manage the present.
So, we need a strong economy, but when we're fighting for a strong economy, we're fighting for good Canadian health care for everyone. We are fighting for strong support for our seniors who built this country. We are fighting for child care for young families that they put in place. We are fighting for dental care and pharma care for everyone who needs it. We are fighting for rights. We are fighting for a strong economy so we can create a more sustainable world for our children and grandchildren, and we will deliver. you. I know that these are dark days. Dark days brought on by a country we can no longer trust. We are getting over the shock, but let us never forget the lessons. We have to look after ourselves, and we have to look out for each other. We need to pull together in the tough days ahead. And so, to those families watching this evening in Fort Smith, in Edmonton, and across every community in Canada, I promise you this: together, we can and we will get through this crisis. We can and we will come out stronger than ever. And we will, because Canada is built on the strength of its people. From our mines to our ports, from our logging roads to our city streets, we're strongest when we're united, when we're one economy, not 13, when we can cheer for different teams and still be on one team when it counts. When we come together, we build things that last, because we are Canada strong. Vive la Canada. Merci tout le monde.
So awkward. I feel like you should be doing the Trump dance.
And there it is, the newly elected leader of the Liberal Party embracing the outgoing Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and his daughter, as he makes his way down a receiving line of sorts. Former Prime Minister Chrétien there, alongside the party president and a number of other party executives. Mark Carney just delivering his speech to a room of party faithful. A decisive win for the former Bank of Canada governor. 85.9% of the vote, way far ahead of his competitors. His closest one, former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, came in with 8% of the vote. It's loud in this room. I'm here with Scott Reed, Corey tonight, and Kathleen Monk. I'm not sure, Kathleen, I had this song on my bingo card tonight. But okay.
But not the Village people, at least. I mean, that's what Trump would have used.
Okay, good point. That's the last thing they want to be compared to. As we watch Mark Carney greet some of his supporters, we just listened to him talk about how it won't be business as usual, setting up the framing for the what I think will be a very quick election call in the near future. What has stood out for you over the last 30 minutes?
Yeah, a couple of really good clips that stood out from Carney for me. He's like, we need a plan. He attacked Poilievre specifically on the fact that he has no plan. His most dramatic line, I think, in terms of, was really when he said, you cannot stand up to Trump if you kneel at the altar of Trump. And that was really, Carney needs to show that he has the ability to do retail politics and also throw a punch. That wasn't clear from the campaign because he wasn't tested in the campaign. I think tonight he had some of those lines in his speech. Whether he actually nailed them or delivered them, as we all do coaching and communications coaching on this panel, and I would say he actually stepped on a lot of his best lines. He's got to tune that up. But I mean, listen, the crowd was behind him. They actually cheered more when Carney attacked Poilievre than they did when he actually attacked Trump. The boos or the jeers, if you will, were a little bit louder against that. So, a good speech and interesting lines from Trudeau too earlier, really laying out the stakes, saying that democracy at stake. In fact, Canada is at stake, really putting that to the crowd. Interesting night and a clear win for Carney.
Yeah, clear win, Scott. We couldn't put a fine. I mean, 85.9% of everybody who had been speculating before thought maybe 65% on the like that was a top end guess on the first ballot. What does that number say to you?
It was a beating, and the party thinks that Carney's a winner, and the Liberal Party has one criterion for when they select their leaders, and that is win the next campaign. And clearly, they're going to get a campaign. I thought it was the sharpest, most raw political speech of this campaign. I thought that it was interesting. He teed up two opponents, not one, but two, Donald Trump and Pierre Poilievre, and by extension, therefore, attempted to associate them together. You can be crystal clear on what he is going to try to drive as the ballot question. It will be protecting Canada and Canadians against the threat, against Trump, and a clear question of who do you think can do that best? Is it me or is it Poilievre? Who do you think you can trust to carry forward Canadian values and protect us against this economic abuse that Trump is throwing at us? And I thought he lined the argument for change out pretty clearly, but fundamentally he lined out an argument for let's have a throwdown with Donald Trump, and I am the better boxer to take him on.
We're just looking now at pictures of Chrystia Freeland, who did come in second, former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, who ultimately started essentially this leadership process by calling out her then boss, outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. She came in with about 88% of the vote. Again, Carney with 85.9% of the vote. I think Mark Carney's already left the room, if my information from the control room is correct. Corey, your thoughts on a couple of things that Scott pointed out. First, the decisive win of the decisive nature of the win. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. And also taking aim very, very specifically at Poilievre in one of the more, specific ways that he's done before.
Well, it's a crushing victory, an absolutely crushing victory for Carney, and I think it speaks to, as Scott said, not just a consensus, an overwhelming consensus within the voters for the Liberal Party leadership that he was the strongest horse in the race. So I think that's got to make them feel very good and their team very good to know that they have that kind of backing going into a vote. The narrative that you laid out, Scott, I don't know, it seems a little familiar to me. That's essentially the same narrative that Doug Ford used in the recent Ontario election campaign.
A campaign for which you directed. Yeah.
I don't know who was running that. But
did that message work?
It clearly works, and I think it's clearly, the strategy is very much laid bare. I agree with what Kathleen said, though. I think you saw, what their plan is in terms of how they're going to try to associate Trump and Poilievre together. I guess we've seen that previewed in some of their advertising already, but I don't think his delivery was an A+ performance at all. Like I think I look at him tonight speaking, and maybe better than his launch speech, in that there were some sharper political attacks in it. But he's going to be going up against one of the best political athletes in the country, in Pierre Poilievre, and I think he's going to need to bring, really up his game if he wants to stand out and communicate effectively in what I think is going to be a hotly contested election campaign. So I think there's still some work to be done on delivery, but we are seeing more cards played out here tonight in terms of what their strategy is going to be. And also from earlier today with Poilievre in terms of what their strategy is going to be. We have two very different framings of the election campaign and of the stakes, and usually whoever wins the framing battle wins the election. And so I think that's really what I'll be watching.
If you are just joining us now, this is special coverage of the election of a new Liberal leader and a now Prime Minister designate from the heart of our nation's capital in downtown Ottawa. The pick was a clear one for Liberal members. They selected Mark Carney tonight with 85.9% of the vote. Some of the other contenders, Frank Baylis, Karina Gould, and Chrystia Freeland, making the rounds now among the crowd. Mark Carney himself, after greeting a number of supporters on his way out, there's Karina Gould right there, has already stepped out of the main room here, I understand. Kathleen, I wanted to get your thoughts on where everyone else settled. Just to quickly touch base on that. Karina Gould did not meet expectations, I would argue, sitting at the same, she got way more coverage, for example, than Frank Baylis, right, and only about 500 or 600 votes split them. They both had about 3% of the vote. Chrystia Freeland at 8%.
Yeah, but she's got to be breathing a sigh of relief because if she had come
least it's second.
Yeah, at least it's second. it's you know more than double what the two other candidates in terms of Frank and Karina Gould put together. So I think she's got to be a bit happier that she's not shamed out of the convention center. But yeah, Karina obviously had great comms because people were spinning for a few days that her energy and the hype around her campaign and the youth vote were going to push her over the top to that second place. That said, she obviously is a fabulous communicator. She's a star in their party. Won't be the last that we see of her or Freeland for that matter. The real question is, Freeland said she put Carney into her cabinet. The question is, will Carney actually put Freeland, who's a bit of an anvil in terms of some people's perspective of her, not the best communicator always, not the best view of Canadians of her, will he put her in his cabinet?
Okay.
Well, after that crushing vote, I wonder if they're wandering the room here looking for someone who actually voted for them. It's an absolute blowout. Absolute blowout.
Okay, speaking of that, I'm going to head back to the floor where there are still members wandering about, and our Michael Couture is there as well. Our senior political correspondent is live for us on the floor with a guest. I think he has George Chahal there, MP George Chahal.
Yeah, exactly. George Chahal, one of the ones who is part of the organizing and really being there at the beginning at the launch party for Mark Carney. Mr. Chahal, tell me, what does this mean? What does this result mean for the party?
Well, this is great for the Liberal Party of Canada. We've seen our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, really unite our party and unite around Canadians and the importance of protecting Canadians. I'm so excited, the great energy we've seen in the room, right from day one, from the launch in Edmonton, from the community, the hockey arena where he used to play hockey, and all those kids wearing Oilers jerseys, and all those old Edmontonians who are there to support him. And now here today, all the candidates did a great job, but our new Prime Minister stood head and shoulders above with his strong leadership and a plan to move our country forward. It's a very exciting evening, and I know Liberals across the country are very excited with the outcome.
What does he need to do in terms of with the other candidates? Does he need to include them in cabinet, do you believe?
I think we've seen today with all the candidates the strong unity we have within the party. All the candidates talked about the importance of working together, and I'm sure they'll be having conversations in the days ahead on how we move forward. But you see all our MPs this evening, everybody's united in this room, and so many Liberals came from across the country to be a part of this great event, historic event this evening. And to Prime Minister Trudeau with his legacy of tremendous work he's done over the years, which was really expressed by the great former Prime Minister Chrétien this evening as well. For us as Liberals, it was important to really see our Liberal values come forward, and that our new Prime Minister, Carney, is going to continue to lead Canada and stand up to the United States, but build a strong economy for all Canadians.
Compare and contrast where this party was around December 16th to where we are right now. And I say December 16th, we all know that was the day that Chrystia Freeland delivered that letter that really started the downfall of this Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I looked around and I saw a lot of Liberals smiling and hugging, something I don't think has happened a lot lately.
There's a lot of optimism. You see it from door knocking in my communities. I hear it from folks from across the country that I'm talking to, making calls. You see it in the room today, the optimism, the strength of unity and strong leadership that Prime Minister Carney is going to bring forward. And I think this new opportunity for our country to rally behind our Prime Minister, Carney, and ensure that we are strong and united moving forward. We do have some serious threats coming from the United States, and the importance of building our economy for all Canadians and supporting them through these times ahead.
Are you ready for an election?
I am. I'm ready. I've been ready for some time. I'm always working in my community, and I know everybody in this room has been working tremendously hard. The leadership campaign's given us a great opportunity to express the values, but also ideas for our platform as well. And I think you've seen the resurgence, the re-energized grassroots of the Liberal Party come forward through this leadership campaign. I know they're going to be ready for the upcoming election.
Okay, I appreciate that. George Chahal, Liberal MP. Send it back to you, Vassy.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. That's our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, on the floor here at the Liberal Leadership Convention. Mark Carney has claimed the win in a big way, nearly 86% of the vote. Not only does he become the leader of the Liberal Party, but Prime Minister designate as well. Prime Minister for some period of time. We're going to talk, of course, in our coverage this evening about how soon an election can happen. There's Chrystia Freeland greeting supporters. She came in second place with 8% of the vote. Karina Gould and Frank Baylis each with about 3% of the vote. Our special coverage continues after a very short commercial break. Stay with us.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see. Must-see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at shenyun.com.
It was really satisfying to have it done. I was really proud of myself to be able to show my in-laws that, hey, look, I did the thing. It's no longer hanging over my head. I felt a lot more confident that no matter what happened, everything would be okay. I'm Kelly, and I'm a Willful customer.
Every parent wants peace of mind. Willful makes it easy to create a legal will from the comfort of home without the cost or hassle of visiting a lawyer. Visit willful.co to start your will today.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on your poutine routine. Undo it with Pepto Caplets.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
Fire it up.
Canadians know that new threats demand new ideas and a new plan. They know that new challenges demand new leadership. Canadians want positive leadership that will end division and help us build together. And to respond, my government will put into action our plan to build a stronger economy, to create new trading relationships with reliable trading partners, and to secure our borders.
All right, that is newly minted Liberal leader Mark Carney just moments ago delivering his speech to the crowd of party members who have assembled here and who are slowly starting to filter out. I'm Vassy Kapelos coming to you live tonight from Ottawa, where Mark Carney won about 86% of the vote, trouncing his 3 other competitors to clinch victory and become Prime Minister designate as well as leader of the Liberal Party. I am here with Kathleen Monk, Scott Reid, and Corey tonight. Corey, let's look ahead a little bit because a lot of the speech was about framing for an election. I hear the process to get there could happen very quickly this week, and then the call for an election could come as soon as early next week. Do you think it's going to happen fast?
I think it will, and I think, from just a campaign tactics point of view, one of the greatest advantages the Conservative Party has had over the last number of years is a massive fundraising differential over the Liberals and the other opposition parties. I'm sure my friend Jenny Byrne would love nothing more than to spend tens of millions of dollars in pre-read advertising, and they have the funds to do that. Right. So to get into a an actual writ means that you're going to limit everyone's spending to what the election law allows. It sort of becomes an equalizer. And so I think getting into a campaign sooner rather than later from just a campaign tactics perspective would make a lot of sense for them. I don't know if you agree with that, Scott.
No question. And I would be surprised if he doesn't get something of a bounce this evening out of this convention, out of this huge margin. And the issue set is playing toward him. I mean, let's not get high on our own supply if you're the Liberals, right? I mean, you're still facing a ton of disadvantages. You've been behind the polls for 2 years. But I think you want to build on the momentum. And the question becomes, is it 1968 or is it 1984? 1968, Pierre Trudeau took the momentum of a big leadership win, went straight into an election campaign and resurrected his government and party. 1984, John Turner tried to do the same thing, and that didn't turn out to be quite as pleasant a result. So that's the history that Mark Carney's thinking about.
Okay, I'm going to throw things over to Mike Couteur, who's on the floor. We're looking at some of the contestants right now, the contenders. Karina Gould, their former government House leader, meeting with supporters. They're all mixing and mingling. Mike, are you here? Can you hear me?
It's very clear that we have to be united, strong.
Oh, I think we might have Chrystia Freeland taking some questions now, actually. So we'll attempt to listen into that live.
That is great. To be clear that right now there is a fight between dictatorship and democracy in the world, and that we also need to stand up to Putin and support Ukraine, which is on the front lines of that fight. Être très très clair que pour nous tous, pour la partie libérale, c'est très important de souligner l'importance du français, de la langue française partout au Canada, de souligner l'importance du Québec, et c'est pourquoi j'ai lancé ma campagne au Québec.
This is why I launched my campaign tonight, to see that we're united.
And finally, it's important for young women and girls to see women throwing their hat in the ring, taking a risk, putting their name on the ballot. I'm really glad to have done that, and I am really glad to be able now to support Mark, who has been elected with a very strong mandate as leader of our party, who will win the next election. I'm going to do everything I can to help him. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, that was former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, fielding a few questions from reporters. She concluded there by saying that she will support Mark Carney, who won just moments ago this leadership election with 85.9% of the vote. I am joined live now here on set by two gentlemen from Shawinigan, I could say.
Yes.
Otherwise known as the Minister for Industry and former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. Hello to Mr. Chrétien. Minister Champagne, it's good to see you both. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Chrétien, I'll start with you first. First of all, 85.9%, a decisive win for Mark Carney. What does it say to you?
But it is a sign that the people knows that we're facing difficult times, and we have to make up our mind. And they made their mind that he was the one for the occasion. We had other very good candidates, other who could have run, but eventually, because of the difficulty in his background, people know he's a very competent person at everything he's done in the past, and they want him to use his talent to face the challenge that we have at this moment. And I think he will be very good, and he's starting very well. And my MP is a friend of his, and he supported him, and I hope we will keep him in the cabinet.
Well, I think we may find out soon.
I don't know. You know, and if I knew, I would not tell you anyway.
I know. I'll try my best, though. Minister Champagne,
yes.
I will ask you
it's our first time together, so
well,
this is a first in Canada.
Wonderful.
We've never done that together.
Excellent,
so.
excellent. For everyone watching, you know, leading into this, there was a lot of speculation that you might also run for the leadership. You ultimately said, you know what, I'm best positioned right now to sort of fight this threat that we're facing from Donald Trump, and I'm going to endorse Mark Carney. Do you agree with Mr. Chrétien that ultimately this came down to a question for Liberals about who is best positioned to counter that threat?
Totally, and I think the results speaks for themselves tonight. You know, I decided to do a partnership with him because we have the same vision about the economy, talking about ambition, possibilities. I would say, Prime Minister Chrétien, tonight what we saw is an inspiring speech. This is way beyond Liberals. we've galvanized the country. Now Canadians feel empowered. Canadians feel that we're going to win. I like what he said. There's more we can do with us that the United States. There's never anything they can take away from us than what we can build together. This is an amazing moment for Canada, and I think he inspired the nation tonight. I must say I'm very proud of that, and he's very strong. Is very firm, very calm. I think this is the kind of thing when you're going to turbulence, you want someone who knows how to do things, who's been dealing with that. So I'm very proud about also his vision about the economy. He said in the footstep of Prime Minister Chrétien, fiscal responsibility, investing in our infrastructure, rebuilding our military. This is our 1945 moment with like CDAO. We're going to rebuild this country like never before. We're going to do great things together.
I have to ask one of the most, you're both very experienced, but one of the most experienced politicians. The opposition, his critics in the opposition say that he has a lack of experience in politics and that will ultimately be a challenge he faces in an election campaign. What do you say?
Next door. No, he has a lot of experience, and he has people with already a lot of experience. This kid, for me, is a kid. He has been 10 years now in the government.
I meant Mr. Carney. They say he doesn't have political experience, that it will be a vulnerability for him in the election.
No. Of course, he might not be as colorful as he is or I am, but it's more than that. Is he able to do the job? Will he have the people with him who will share the same vision to do the job? And I think that we will have the team and the people will have confidence, and he will be respected not only in Canada and then abroad. And it's what we need, because the problems that the world are facing, it's not only Canada. The United States now, they're causing problems to everybody. Around the world, nobody can make a long-term decision because they don't know what will be the situation in one day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. So they will say by Canada, I have a person with a lot of experience. He's with a team that has experience and talent and will look good and will inspire confidence. Like he inspired confidence to the delegate that voted at 85.7% or 9%.
Very.
What people want is authenticity. I mean, Mr. Chrétien was has his own style. You saw Mark Carney tonight. What Canadians are seeking is authenticity. This is a new kind of leadership, someone who's very steady. Prime Minister Chrétien said he's going to be respected worldwide. We've been talking. He's met President Trump a number of times. We talked about that when we had discussion. He's met him a number of times. And I think it would also be a good moment. I was on U.S. television say that might be a time for a reset in Washington, how they engage with Canada. I think that message that he delivered tonight will be heard in Washington. People will see that now you have a new leader, someone who understands the world, someone who understands the economy, and someone who's going to stand firm for Canada.
I just want to follow up because you're still in office, so I do have to ask you a challenging question about Mr. Carney. Look,
what about him?
Well, he's out of office.
Okay,
so
but he's pretty good, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, either of you can answer it. Look, I think that I think a lot of Canadians are not just looking at how we respond to Trump and what we do to the United States, but what we do internally to make sure we're not vulnerable like this again. Why should Canadians trust the Liberals under Mark Carney to guide them to a better spot when, if you remove Mark Carney from the equation, there are a lot of concerns about the position the economy is in right now, even before Trump?
Yeah, but the problem is, you listen to me. We've done well. We have the lowest per capita debt
I know,
of the
but
G7.
A lot of people feel like they can't afford anything.
Yeah, but it is your job to tell them. Rather than always complain and talk about the small things. When in Canada sometimes, I make the joke, one minister for the Tories lost her job because she had paid $15 for a glass of orange juice in London. It must have been a very small glass in London. And, and it was the first news in Canada.
No, but
come on, everybody has a collective responsibility to tell the truth to the Canadian people. And it's part of your job.
I understand that, Minister, and I do take that point. but it's also my job to reflect the anxiety of Canadians.
And it's fair. And it's fair that Canadians are anxious at that time. But what you heard from him tonight, from Mr. Carney, we're going to do things differently. We're going to do things faster. We're going to be more bold. This is the kind of vision when we started together. We say we want an ambitious Canada. We want a Canada that builds things again, that we galvanize the country. We've never been as united. I've never seen that. And tonight, it's not just about the government. It's about Canadians. Tonight, and Canadians are giving us the opportunity to be bolder than we have never been as a country. Prime Minister Chrétien said it. What has happened in the last few weeks has really brought Canada. For me, there'll be turbulence in the short term, but we'll come more resilient, stronger, and we're going to have a better Canada after that. And I think we get that from the people. The people are behind us to do faster things, to invest more, and to be fiscally responsible. We're going to deliver.
I'll leave it there. Mr. Chrétien?
Yes.
Minister, thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having both of us from Shawinigan.
Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and his MP, Minister François-Philippe Champagne. I'm going to throw to a quick commercial break. We're back with more special coverage right after that.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
We keep the cows year-round out on pasture like this. That grazing interaction is important because we can improve that grass and improve that soil with those cattle, but also we have those homes and more homes for different plants and wildlife and all kinds of critters that the cattle share their home with. And the more diverse your system, I think the more resilient and healthy your system is.
Your body produces nearly 100 million immune cells a day. Your skeleton can support 2 times your weight. From your head to your heels, it's in your nature to thrive. You are bountiful. We're just here to supplement you. Nature's bounty. It's in your nature.
Whoa, how'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same.
Crest 3D White removes 100% more stains for a noticeably whiter smile.
New personal best.
Crest.
At No Frills, we're here to help you save money.
Take your time. Please.
Saving you money. It's the no frills thing to do.
Come on. Handcuff fries, hands off my nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream, delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
Crave is the home of award-winning originals.
I want my kids.
Made in Canada.
Right here at home.
By Canadians.
Sorry.
Our heroes.
Leonard Cohen.
Our passion.
I think we're going to be pretty good.
Our pride.
True North Strong and what? Yes!
Crave Originals. Experience uniquely Canadian stories. Crave. Endlessly entertaining.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Liberals' leadership announcement. Mark Carney is clearing away the favorite for Liberal members. He came in with almost 86% of the vote, a clear win, I should say, on the very first ballot. Karina Gould, former government House leader who ran against Mark Carney just moments ago, spoke to our Mike Couture. Let's take a listen.
Vassy here with leadership candidate Karina Gould. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us how you're feeling. I know third place is not what you wanted, but how do you feel?
Well, look, I feel energized by the people that were in this room and the number of Liberals that joined the party, cast a ballot, and are excited about the future of this party and the future of our country. So, you know, I am a Liberal through and through, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks today, what's most important is we come out united because we know that the real fight is going to be against peer Poilievre. This was, a conversation in the family. I'm proud of the campaign that I ran, and I'm excited to get to work for the future.
A lot of people thought that you led that conversation. How did you feel about that? Why was it important to you to raise the issues that you did and try to really sort of make everybody feel a little more uncomfortable about the conversation around the table than maybe they're used to in this party?
Well, look, I joined the Liberal Party when I was 14, and what attracted me to it was that we are a big red tent, and we can have those hard conversations. What I love about being a Liberal is that we have people who are slightly left of center, slightly right of center, and smack dab in the middle. And if we're going to be able to confront the issues that matter to Canadians, we need to have the hard conversations. And so that's what a leadership race should be about, and I'm extremely proud of the fact that I was able to do that. And now I'm looking forward to continuing on with the fight against Pierre Poilievre, but more than that, the fight for Canada against Donald Trump. And, the folks in this room are here tonight and across the country who joined the party, who voted, who volunteered, who donated, because they believe in the Liberal Party of Canada, and they know that we are the party that fights for Canada and fights for Canadians.
How do you feel about Mark Carney as leader?
Great. I mean, this is the leader that we chose tonight, and I'm excited to work with him and be on his team and stand up for Canadians.
Do you hope to have a key role in that team? Do you want to make sure that some of the ideas that you brought up, that he spoke about in his speech, do you want to make sure that those are brought now to platform and to make sure that the Liberals are moving forward with some of those ideas?
Well, look, I mean, we all serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister, so of course I hope to have the role that will have an impact, but that's his decision. But I will be there to support him and to support the Liberal team through this next election and hopefully into another majority government for the Liberals. And I will continue to push those ideas and to push the values that I care deeply about and that I know Liberals across the country care about as well. I spoke earlier today about the storied history of the Liberal Party of Canada. We have so much to be proud of as Liberals in this country, things that have built Canada into the amazing country that we have, and I'm excited to see what we do next.
Perfect. Karina Gould, thank you so much. I appreciate you joining us on CTV. Vassy, send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. That's Michael Couture on the floor of the Liberal leadership room, I guess you could call it, with Karina Gould, who came in with about 3% of the vote. So did Frank Baylis, former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland with 8%, and Mark Carney with a resounding nearly 86% of the vote. Corey Tonight, Scott Reed, and Kathleen Monk. Aside from that awkward change of hands to Jean Chrétien and François-Philippe Champagne are here alongside me. Kathleen, I'll pick up on something that Mike asked Karina Gould, and that's about the direction of the party. She had signified the more progressive flank of the party. Everyone else delivered a much more centrist message. Do you expect Mark Carney to lead the party under that framing into the election?
Yeah, he will. And he will actually, he said quite clearly in some of his platforms that he's looking at to cutting things like it's actually almost, I don't even understand how he's going to do it. He's like, you want a government that spends less but somehow invests more. I mean, that kind of statement doesn't really make sense. And I think that actually provides the New Democrats some room there, right? We all agree that we need a resilient economy, a resilient Canada, fight against the threat against Trump. But if New Democrats were facing off against Karina Gould or somebody else, they might feel a little more hemmed in because she advocated more so for the social spending, more for those social programs. We didn't hear that same kind of champion from Carney. Yes, he said he's going to keep dental care and farmer care. He won't cut those transfers to the provinces and to people, but he has, promoted this more austerity, more in line with Pierre in terms of Pierre Poilievre's ideology of cutting, right? So we'll see.
Well, my question is the same for both. Like, what are you going to cut to get to these? Anyway, we'll save that for the election campaign. It's to both of them. Scott, your thoughts on that more centrist message, the fact that it obviously was popular among Liberal members in this race, and what it means for the election?
There's no question he's going to present himself as a more centrist leader. That represents a dose of change from Trudeau, which is sensible for him. It also probably reflects a more responsible management of the nation's finances and, broad policy levers, because people are now looking and saying, well, we're under threat, so we need more sensible, capable, responsible leadership. All of that fits into the fundamental contrast that Carney is attempting to cast, which is, I am someone who knows how to manage these things, particularly when we are in a time of crisis and challenge, which we are. The other guy is a lifelong politician who hasn't done anything except a check that he got from the Queen and now King of England as a member of Parliament. Period. And so that's the fundamental contrast. And I think the challenge for the NDP is it's going to be a single issue campaign like 1988, which was fought over free trade. Now it's going to be fought over, maintaining and protecting our sovereignty vis-a-vis Donald Trump. And like that campaign, I think, the challenge for the Liberals is to squeeze the NDP right out of the picture. And if you look at the current polls, it looks like they're fading from that portrait completely.
If that's the framing of the Carney camp heading into an election, particularly around here's who I am versus here's who Poilievre is, Corey, what's the Conservative response or their own framing?
Well, I think you heard it today from Poilievre's speech in London. It's, a version of, do you want to have a fourth term of these guys? They're saying they want to build pipelines and resource projects. Well, what's their track record on that? It's, C-69, which, made it very difficult to do those things. So, I think there's, when you're a longtime incumbent government, you're fighting the weight of, why didn't you do it sooner? And what's your credibility?
Chrétien says, don't bring any of that up, by the way.
Right,
that's what he told me.
Well, who might argue with former prime minister? But look, I think it's tying the Trudeau legacy and the Trudeau brand to Carney as best they can. He was their economic advisor. All of that stuff you're going to hear repeated and repeated and repeated. And the challenge on the other side is to, I think, basically just run on who's best to square off against Trump, because Carney in the polling today has an advantage on that.
For what it's worth, I just don't think that works. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe just the sheer muscle of it will drag down Carney's numbers. But my gut is, in order to dismantle Carney, it won't be enough to just say Trudeau, Trudeau, Trudeau. They're going to actually have to isolate on something specific about Carney, something inherent to his leadership that Canadians think is at risk and comes from Carney specifically. I think just yelling Justin Trudeau every time Mark Carney's on television isn't going to cut it, especially when Trump trumps all other issues and sets this context.
Just as an aside, I'll give you the last word. It has nothing to do with watching the reaction of Justin Trudeau when Mark Carney was getting rid of the carbon tax right away. Wow, what a moment for TV.
Those cutaways were really hard to Trudeau and Trudeau's family, basically saying, I'm going to undo your legacy in terms of carbon tax, all those things. He put on a brave face, but he wasn't clapping for any of those policy changes. He stood still. There was a warm embrace at the end, but, there doesn't feel like there's a lot of love lost there between the two of them, especially he basically left Trudeau holding the bag in December when he also didn't step into that finance role.
We forget.
We forget.
Almost finance minister Mark Carney, now prime minister. Yeah, perhaps.
It worked out. It worked out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to just swing over to the floor where Mike Couture, I believe, has another guest. Mike, over to you.
Yeah, I've got Sharon Carr with us right here. Thanks for joining us, Sharon. What does this victory send as a message, not only to the party, but to other parties in Parliament?
Well, I would say for the Liberals, it would definitely say that the party is not dead. We're seeing Mark Carney came in with 86-ish%, 85, 86%. That's a pretty resounding win. So the other parties, I would say, are definitely going to be a bit scared right now. They're going to have to pivot their strategy. Never underestimate a party and never underestimate circumstances. So.
Especially when you consider where this party was back on December 16th and the resurgence that we're seeing not only in the polls, but with the people. And this is something that I noticed, there's a lot more hugging and a lot more smiles in this room than I think anybody had expected about a month ago.
If you talk to any caucus member that was here or any candidates, they will tell you there's been a resounding change in the tone and tenor of people in their constituencies, people they talk to, the media, the general public. We know the Trump effect has made a really big change in the pivot. It's actually united Canada as a whole. Pierre Poilievre and his team are not even able to penetrate into the conversation. Not saying that he won't be a tough candidate to fight during a general election, but the wave has changed, and I think we're going to see it this way until we don't.
What does Mark Carney need to do tomorrow and the days afterwards to be that person that unites the party and continues to unite this party? Because oftentimes these types of leadership contests create divisions. What does he need to do to bring people that are maybe in Freeland's camp back into the fold and make them feel better about this result?
I think it's exactly just uniting the party. It's anytime there's a leadership and some lose and some win, it's about bringing everyone together. Now, some might come, some might not. I think he's bringing a whole new level of people in, people who might have been disenfranchised, people who might have left the party, more center, right-leaning Liberals like myself, who felt that the party went way too left for the last several years. I think he's going to pull all those people in, and he's going to pull the general public, the people who don't like the rhetoric that comes out of people like Pierre Poilievre. It's too similar to what we're seeing come out of the U.S., and I think he needs to be that statesman, show everyone that he is uniting them by fighting back against the U.S., and I think that's going to be really tough for our opposition parties to try to fight.
What about an election call?
Ooh, okay, so if I was advising him, I would say do it sooner than later. So I would say within the next 2 weeks is my guess. Whether or not he's going to appoint a new cabinet, which I'm hearing is quite possible this week. But he's going to need to do something like that to have a fresh face to going into this campaign. And I'm guessing we'll probably see an election before the end of April. So.
All right. Thank you for that, Sharon Carr. Vassy, send it back up to you.
Thank you so much, Mike. That's Mike Couture up on the floor. I'm here with Kathleen Monk, Scott Reed, and Corey tonight. We've just got a few minutes left. I did want to start with you, Kathleen, on some of what Mike was talking about to share in there. And in particular, if you've got a week before the election starts in earnest, like, what is Mark Carney, like, what should he be doing to best position the Liberals?
Yeah, beyond being sworn in and all the cabinet jazz, he has got to initially put some policy in the window and bring on some star candidates. So we've got to see who he bills as Carney's team, who makes up his front bench, not just in terms of cabinet, but who he can lure back to actually run in the next election. That's going to be really important. He's going to eventually have to do media. If I was advising him, I wouldn't ask him to do it right away. I would let his speech stand. I would let his swear-in stand this coming week. And then, I mean, I know as a journalist, I know you want.
I disagree. Yeah.
But you have to wear both hats. As an advisor to him, I'd say let your stuff stand for the campaign. Go now. Get out that messaging, staff up, and hit the stump.
Does something, for example, like cabinet, even though it's not a permanent thing, cutting the size of it, putting in new people, bringing in perhaps unelected, does it matter to the bigger public, do you think, in setting the stage for messaging, Scott?
In a marginal way, but what they really are and what really matters for Carney is they are set pieces. They demand attention. They drive media focus and coverage. And so as a consequence, he can use them to do what he did this evening, and that is to drive home the fundamental themes of a campaign that he's going to call within days, and to drive home how his candidacy contrasts with Donald Trump and with Pierre Poilievre. One other thing I would add, look at, and Corey and I have had this conversation before, about the history of the Liberal Party and the way that it has historically been able to wrap itself around the core symbols of Canada, the flag and its introduction 60 years ago, the way in which it drapes itself in the color red, the language. What was Carney saying tonight? Canada strong. You're going to see this in just consistent and persistent embrace that the Liberals under Carney are the party of Canada at a time when Canada is under attack, and by extension try to marginalize Poilievre and make him fight his way into being the protector of Canada.
Is that going to be an easier task when the election campaign has yet to begin and he has the advantage of being prime minister and swearing in a cabinet and things like that, Corey?
Well, I would be taking a page out of the Ontario election campaign and be heading down to Washington. I think there's some very big news things that are going to be coming in early April around tariffs, and more broadly, I think these are huge opportunities to dominate the headlines in terms of being the primary manager of the relationship with the United States. I think you want to be, putting yourself in that space as much as possible if you want to maintain the frame that they laid out tonight. And the challenge for the Conservatives is going to be pull them off that, make them have to have some accountability for their record, remind Canadians that there's a reason why you're fed up with these guys. And so, that's the tug of war that's going to go on. I think that the headlines are going to be pushing things a little bit more in the direction that Carney is trying to lay out here tonight. And then I think there's just so much news coming out of the White House every day.
And the deadlines, right? Whether it's the next
week tariffs, steel and aluminum, you name it.
Look, if you're building a campaign around Trump, you can sure as hell count on the fact that Trump is going to insert himself into the news in a hostile and aggressive way toward Canada almost every single day. I don't know that the Conservatives can afford to try to wrestle it and make the campaign about something else. I just don't know that that's going to be possible.
Right.
I think they're going to have to find a way to win on that ground.
And I would live in fear that that the Trump administration would come out and state a preference for the conservatives
Well, I mean,
over
they've
the
already
liberals.
endorsed him, but the real thing is we've already seen Howard Lutnick and other trade advisors to Trump come out and say things, talk about how we want to renegotiate stuff about water. We're looking at your resources. They're gonna, who knows, they're going to rename the Great Lakes the Make America Great Again Lakes.
Well,
like,
not yet.
These are threats.
They are threats.
Yeah,
I got to leave it there. I'm so sorry. We're out of time. Thank you guys so much for all your insights and being with us throughout the entire evening. Corey Tonight, Scott Reed, and Kathleen Monk, I want to thank all of our panelists tonight and everyone who helped us out on the floor, including, of course, our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture. And thank you all so much for watching. We'll have continued coverage throughout the evening and lots of reaction through the week where we do expect there to be at least one swearing-in ceremony. I'm Vassy Kapelos. For all of us here at CTV, have a wonderful rest of your evening.
As they age, most men will develop symptoms of BPH, and half will have more frequent urges to urinate. To reduce the symptoms of BPH, get Super Beta Prostate. It's proven to help reduce frequent urges to urinate. Finally, less bathroom visits day and night. Don't wait. Reduce the symptoms of BPH with Super Beta Prostate. Find it at these fine retailers.
Mark Carney is back from Europe.
Speaking as a European.
To finish what he started. As Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, he's been pushing
a steady increase in the price of carbon.
On you for years. Now he's planning to hit you with
effectively a shadow carbon price
after the election. And that will cost you even more because he thinks
carbon prices have been applied sparingly. They've been set far too low.
You're sneaky. Carbon tax Carney. He's just like Justin.
Satisfy your craving for saving at your neighborhood 7-Eleven. In-store or delivered fast with 7 Now. Save at Sev 24/7 at your neighborhood 7-Eleven.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get 0% purchase financing on this F-150.
Handcuff fries, hands off mine. Nacho, nacho, nacho fries. Salsa, cheese sauce, sour cream. Delicious and just for me. They're nacho fries, nacho fries, nacho.
Give your taste buds something to sing about at New York Fries.
A lot of hot women away from home, acting all anonymous. I just don't understand why you wouldn't hook up with me.
Because you're soulless.
That's the perfect weight for a fling. She's an aging actress. It's pathetic.
Actresses are all basically prostitutes. Am I right?
Yes, Canada, the Liberal Party is united and strong and ready to fight to build an even better country.
Mark Carney has been elected as the new leader of the Liberal Party in a landslide victory.
And we're a country that will be diplomatic when we can, but fight when we must, elbows up.
Outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau urges Canada to fight as an elbows up rally is held on Parliament Hill.
The big globalists have been ripping off the United States. They've been taking money away from the United States. And all we're doing is getting